and welcome to Chapter 5, Season 2. This means it's Major number 2. I'm Frankie Ward. I'm so excited to be back with you as your host for Europe, and I'm also delighted to be joined by Mr. 112K and Mini Miner. And this time last Major, I had no voice, boys, but it's back. It's back with a vengeance, and I hope you're not sad about that, Levin.
I kind of miss those times, if I'm being honest with you. But, you know, that's a story for another day. I mean, it is good to have you back, Frank, and it's good to have another Major back. Of course, we edge closer and closer to globals now, and so more spots are opening up, but more pressure for all these players to perform.
I'm really excited to see you as well, Mini Miner. You've matched your t-shirt to your face.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I'm ready for this season. You know, I'm excited for the new season of Fortnite. You know, we've got a lot of global spots up for grabs this season as well, and of course, next season is the last chance. So this is a season that you really want to get everything going because you know, you don't want to leave it to that last major to qualify. So for a lot of teams, that's where their eyes and their heads are going to be set for now.
Yeah, that's one of the big changes for Chapter 5. There is no last chance major. If they don't do it in number 2, they've got to do it in number 3. Otherwise, they're going to miss out on that trip to Dallas. And no one wants to miss out on a trip to Texas. Certainly not me, but I'm probably going to have a tiny child at that point. Less about me, though, in my situation, and more about the situations between our duos, because we have seen a few duos break up, sadly. But happily, we've got some key duos who are still together, although one of these duos did not make grand finals in Major 1, Levin.
Yeah, and so it's pretty interesting, right? We're talking about Trulex and Cheat Show. It went from not qualifying last major for the grand finals to looking like probably the strongest team coming into this major, Mini Miner. I mean, these guys have been on a whole different level, it feels like. You know, they're landing sort of in that mid-map area, landing at restored reels. And if you know anything about Trulex, he loves a mid-map POI. Historically, it's always been those kind of POIs where he's had the most success. And I mean, honestly, Mini Miner, these guys have just looked so strong, so consistent in every single competition.
Yeah, they have. I mean, Trulex just seems to like reels. He went to Rocky Reels all the way back in Chapter 3. I think it's just reels. He likes them, you know. He likes that sort of POI, and it's no different this season. Last season, actually, they were going a little bit differently. They were going towards that hazy hillside area for a little bit. Didn't quite work out, so now they're back to what they know. And although it was ruined reels last season, it's actually restored now, so they get a little bit of extra materials. Nothing too crazy's changed there. But what I do remember is last year in Major number 1 in Chapter 4, they actually didn't make grand finals either. And then the next placements were 10th and 3rd in the next 3 majors, of course, then coming 3rd in the global championship. So it seems like they've done this path before. They've went this way before. So maybe not qualifying Major 1 might be in their favor. Who knows?
I feel like they're a bit like Cami and Seti, but they haven't lifted a global championship yet. They're a duo that endures and sticks together, and I love to see it. And I love to see another duo get together for Chapter 5, and that was Tayson and Venno, even though, to be honest, Mini Miner, they didn't have the best start to 2024.
Yeah, I think a lot of people expected some big things from this year, and rightly so, right? You've got arguably the best player in Fortnite in Tayson, and of course, Venno, one of the best, if not the best at fighting in the game at the moment. A lot of people expected Fireworks 11. Didn't quite work out that way, particularly when we came down to the grand finals last season. They had a really good start, 2nd place on day number 1, but kind of fell off a little bit in day number 2. I think a lot of their issues were down to their drop spot, so now they've changed that. They've gone to fencing fields, and at the moment, Levin, it's working really, really well. They're absolutely dominating Snazy and Podesai off spawn, and they're really showing us what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have just looked like a completely different team, really. I mean, you know, when they got together, everybody expects it to be fireworks. It didn't quite go the way they expected in that first major. And I mean, there's a lot of pressure on them to perform now, right? You look at the last 3 FNCS competitions for both of these guys, right? It's just not looked too amazing. You look at you know, last 3 majors or last 3 FNCS competitions for Tayson, 15th, 15th, 15th. Not Tayson level performances, you'd say. Venno, 15th, you know, didn't do as great as he wanted to at global championships, didn't qualify for Major 3 at the end of last year, right? So again, it's just not been the best. And for me, the fact that they've stuck together says a lot about how these two feel about themselves as a duo, right? There was lots of rumors of them splitting. Them sticking together says we are here to show we can be one of the best teams in the world.
Do you think, though, that we're going to see them play together again in Major 3 if it doesn't go this their way this time in Major 2, Levin?
It's a very nuanced conversation to have. The thing I look at when I think about that is, who do they play with? It feels like both of them have exhausted a lot of the options they have. Maybe you see Venno maybe try, you know, play with Cammy or someone like that. But Tayson's played with almost everyone he could play with. Maybe he moves to NA or something. I don't know what he would do at that point, but we'll see. I think hopefully they'll stick together.
11. Don't try and break up my Polish boys, Cami and Seti. Mini Miner, this is another duo we know has got to make it to Dallas somehow.
Yeah, definitely. And it hasn't been the best start to the year for them either. 33rd in the last grand finals. A lot of people expected a lot better things from this team. And it just comes down to a lack of game plan, a lack of sort of strategy when it comes to their gameplay. I know we talked about a little bit, Levin, before, that it seems like that last season was a lot based around fighting when it comes to Storm Surge. This is not a team that you expect to be fighting or spawn for Storm Surge and trying to W key teams. You expect a little bit more consistency, a little more solidity in their strategy. And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that we didn't have the bullet drop weapons previously before last season, right? So a lot of people had to fight for Surge. They weren't used to going for those longer range tags and trying to play things a little bit more carefully. I think now that everyone's a little bit more used to trying to take those long range tags, it might play in Cami and Seti's favor as there's less fighting going on the map.
Yeah, I think the combination of that with the fact that we had obviously like the grapplers before last season, right? You know, the fact that you couldn't really surge base as much and you had grapplers to sort of move around rapidly meant people were just fighting for surge. Cami and Seti, this season, I think the meta suits them a lot more. They'll be a lot better off for that.
So basically, if the two of them can actually stay alive in the Endgame's 11, they might have a chance.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they will.
Yeah, no more trying to solo Kutch, boys. Let's head over to our casters, though. I do want to check in with Takata and Jacob PR to find out which players they're looking forward to seeing in the lobbies today.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, Jacob, we're back in business, and I got a lot of names on my mind, but I want to talk about the champions from Major 1, Malabuka and Merstash. Look, they were landing fencing fields in the last Major, but it seems that they like these popular drop spots, Jacob, because now they're at Grim Gate. They want that Cerebus medallion. They want those dashes, and they want to be on top.
Yeah, and the way they were able to do it last season was one of the most historic runs I think we've ever had. And it started in the upper bracket of things. That qualified Malabuka rebooting his teammate not once, not twice, but 3 different times just to make it that far. And I said it was a historic run, but it couldn't have been historic without Queasy and Thomas HD. They kept up the chase. They were in first place at one point or another, all the way from Lavish Layer. It was just impressive from all 4 of these individuals, and I don't think it's going to be anything different this season.
Look, we said Malabuka and Merstash were the champs because they were, but they were only 1 point ahead of Queasy and Thomas HD. Thomas HD with a history of the back-to-back-to-back second places. He cannot take home an FNCS, but will he be able to this season? That's the question, Jacob.
Yeah, it's just tough. The amount of second places he's had, it'll make a person go crazy. But we still got so much more to break down. I'm going to throw it back on over to Analyst to let us know more what we got in store.
Thank you, guys. To be honest, I'd be happy to talk Thomas HD all day. It's got to be his year, surely. And it's also got to be the season of the legendary Banana Mini Miner.
Is that what the season is? We're just calling it the legendary banana season. That's what we're going to remember it. But yeah, you're right. The banana of the gods, the new item that's in the game. You can find it across the map. You can find it in those epic chests as well that are at some of the new POIs. And this item, Levin, very, very, very exciting. It heals you over time. It gives you that initial boost of heal and actually heals you for 3 HP every single tick. And I believe that goes up 20-25 seconds. So you can actually heal all the way up to 100 HP. It reminds me a lot of the slurp juices from back in the day, of course, because it also gives you a little bit of a mobility boost as well. We should talk about that.
Yeah, no, it gives you the same mobility boost that you get from the aspect of speed, which actually makes it stronger than the old slurps, right? You didn't get that from the old slurps. You get some increased speed and jump height, and I think we're seeing it be used so prominently, just like those old slurps were used back in Chapter 4 in terms of plays like this, right? You can sort of camp back in the storm a bit, gives you a bit of extra time, and then you can sort of move into the right position, and you're still going to continue to heal up now once you are still back in the storm, and for that reason, right, we're seeing so many players use it for height takes, use it to just get a bit of extra placement, using it in heal loss, right? You combine sort of the bananas and then you're popping your med kits, right? It just keeps you alive, ticking in the zone just a bit longer than you would if you didn't have it. And it is very, very strong. It's one of the few sort of movement mobility items we have available. And for that reason alone, it's really strong in these end games.
Mini Miner, how many bananas can you actually find across the map? This is just a little bit of trivia I feel like you'll know the answer to.
For the entire map, I mean, there's no limit. You can carry 4, right, in your inventory. You're just throwing that at me. How many bananas are on the map, Mini Miner? You know, let's just ask you that on the broadcast. You know, let's just throw that out there. I don't know. I don't know exactly how many bananas.
Nobody knows.
Do you want to go and find out, Frankie? You want to go in game and try and count each one? You can do that if you want, but no, you can only carry 4.
Someone wants to tell us in chat.
Someone can tell us. Nobody knows, unfortunately. Nobody knows.
You get them. There's not like a set amount. You get them from like loot, right? So it's like there could be any given amount in a lobby. There does feel like there's some POIs that get them a bit often than others, right? But yeah, for the most part, it is just, you know, luck of the draw.
Yeah, I feel like I found quite a lot of legendary bananas in game. The thing is, I never actually stay on undamaged long enough to actually gather 4 of them, but good to know you can carry 4. Let's talk also about mobility, because earlier on you guys were saying a bit of a low mobility meta. However, if you're dropping by Grimgate Mini Miner, you might actually be in with a chance of actually picking up some speed.
Yeah, of course, you have the dash medallion. Everyone's talking about this. This is certainly the main selling point of the Grimgate POI. We're seeing a lot of players finding so much success from this area, and that's the reason why you can see it on your screen right there, Levin. This is an item that, of course, you can get it in your inventory. It doesn't actually take up an inventory slot, but it actually recharges these dashes throughout the whole game. Of course, you can get these dashes through the green water, the River Styx as it's officially called, in that area, but the ability to have that medallion throughout the entire game, no matter where you are on the map, is so beneficial for the teams.
Yeah, I mean, part of what makes it so strong is that medallion is like the only one that you can actually share with a teammate, right? You know, the fact that you can sort of pick it up, get your free dashes, your teammate can pick it up and get free dashes as well. So powerful. And it's the reason why so many people fight for it, right? Everybody landing at Grimgate, they want to land on that top chest and try to control the POI. The big thing is, again, just having that consistent mobility, the freedom to make these sort of plays and those you can continue to make them. Kido here on our screens, right? He's able to just get ahead up into better positions much faster than everybody else. And on top of getting into better positions, one of the best positions you can be in an endgame is high ground. And some of the height plays we see people make with these, a team will be on height. They have no clue it's coming, right? They have absolutely no idea it's coming. And it is just so strong. It's the reason why we're seeing teams in the EU contest for it so strongly. It's the reason why on NA, we're seeing one team completely dominate the whole region, but I'll save that for Vivid and my other friends on that region to dissect that one. Here in the EU though, Kido and Chin, one of the main teams we'll see there. Malabuka, Mustache, another team that we can expect to see there. I mean, it's just such a strong POI. Why wouldn't you fight for it? There will be other teams that get involved there as well. But one guarantee I can make for everybody is that this aspect of speed medallion will be prominent in every single endgame we watch today, because it is just so powerful.
Yeah, it is so powerful. And what we're seeing a lot of teams use actually in combination with another sort of mobility item in the Flowberry Fizz, getting that Flowberry effect to actually go all the way up onto height and just catch the high ground team off guard. You mentioned it at 11. It's so difficult for the high ground team to actually understand and know, because there's not much audio. You don't get too much audio of people actually dashing up. So expect to see that. We're going to see a lot of end games today. And if you're watching for the first time, expect to see a lot of high ground takes when it comes to the teams that have that medallion, especially if they have the Flowberry activated as well.
Minnie, do you expect to see that medallion change hands quite a lot as we get into the final couple of zones?
I think we're going to see it in the same hands more often than not, but who knows, right? If a team gets eliminated, if a team goes down at sort of maybe 8th zone, that's going to be definitely a priority for the teams that do want to try and get that. If a team's a little bit further down, why not land on Grimgate? Why not give yourself a good chance to win the game? Because it is just so powerful, not only for endgame, also for the mid-game rotations, the mid-game eliminations as well. When you're W-keying a team, it's so valuable across the course of the game. So any team that wants it, they need to fight for it. It's not going to be easy to get.
I'm also curious, if you are Malabuka and Mustache, you've already qualified for the Global Championships. Do you have fun? Do you kind of just practice almost off-spawn fights at Grimgate, given that you know that as people in the lobby keep dropping in and try to qualify for Grands, they're probably going to have a bit of a field day. They're going to be able to maybe get some practice, target practice in, I should say, Levin.
Yeah, it definitely takes the pressure off of you, right? But the more importantly, it's like, yeah, you almost feel you have nothing to lose. I'm going to Global Championships anyway. If you want to contest me here, have fun. I ain't leaving. And that is exactly what Malabuka and Mustache have been saying to the whole region.
I think we're going to have a lot of fun today. Remember, there is 250 players dropping into our multiple lobbies. We're going to give you as many games as we can, and they're going to be commentated by Jacob PR and Takata.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, Jacob, we're back in business. We had a little break, but now we're in Major 2. The action is back, and we're in that same format. So this is 250 duos that are going to be competing today. It's not one set lobby. It is non-stop action.
Yeah, and one thing that we really kind of need to know is if you don't look to the past, you're almost doomed to repeat it. So teams in Major 1 that qualified and played in the FNCS Finals, top 10 went from teams that had a phenomenal week 1 in these qualifiers. They always say it's not how you start, it's how you finish, but in some cases, you don't want to have to put yourself in a hole and lay all on the line for Qualifier 2, so that way you get that upper bracket berth, which has shown to prove better results and give you a much easier time just to make that grand final. So I'm going to be looking at which teams today have consistency over the amount of games they play, not just about eliminations, not just about wins.
Yeah, but it's like a different kind of game, Jacob, right? Consistency is key, but look, the battle bus is ready. The engine is started. Let's get right into the action.
Just to kind of piggyback just a little bit of what I feel like what you're going to say is how different these lobbies are versus a set finals lobby. You don't know who you're dropping with game after game after game. Is it contested? Is it uncontested? What about my loop path? Then obviously the differences in people's playstyles when it comes to getting Surge.
73 players are returning finalists from Major 1, so we have high level in these lobbies. Even though there is 250 duos, a lot of them are tier 1 veterans of Fortnite competitive. So we're starting quickly with Rabab Fastroki. Uncontested, although they do have more of a split drop here. And let's see how they can start it off.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting. You know, different players around the lobby as you feel it out. Like you said, are you contested? Are you uncontested? Once you get that freedom of that flexibility, knowing that you are uncontested, just like Veno and Tayson here, you could slow things down just a little bit. Make sure you get all the important loot. Make sure you get your medal and those hard mats, which you know is important throughout the rest of the game, and really start to energize yourself. Because just as easy as it is to pop off and have those good moments, it's easy to start to get down on yourself if things aren't going your way. And Veno and Tayson, they're a team where I don't think they'll look down on themselves, but I'm looking at them to start it off hot and not look back.
Definitely not. Landing at Fencing Fields, that is where Malibuca Merstash landed last major, although there is no longer that medallion there. Now Grimgate is the popular spot, but Bitwe and his duo partner here trying to see if they can get a bit of a sneaky angle. Initial shots onto their opponents as they creep on up.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this a few times each and every season, especially with the audio visuals that players are using. Not only do you hear players around you, the visual actually shows which direction they're going in. So once you see players and you kind of hope they might not have spotted you out yet, and you're looking at Bitwe's loot, he's probably looking to third party, get some sort of advantage before he starts this fight, because without any variation of a shotgun this season, it's going to be so hard to fight back against a player who already has one.
In the outskirts now, looting up what they can. We saw a lot of interesting engagements here on this side of the map in the previous major. The difficult part of these lobbies is you don't know who's going to be contesting you. There's so many duos that, you know, when you're in those set lobbies, you know who's going to be dropping on you. You know where the rotations are going to be coming from the players in the surrounding areas. But here you have no clue. It could be so many different duos that get into your lobby that you're not exactly sure where those Storm Surge bases are going to be built, where those opponents are going to be landing. And you won't know if you'll have your drop spot uncontested or not. But for Novix and his duo partner here, they're going to see if they can get some shots and do a bit of that early game damage.
Yeah, as we tune into them, you kind of saw them doing the very, very similar sneaky strategy, just trying to creep upon their opponent, get some early surge, and then if they feel confident, they can push from there. You see they also have the EMP grenades just to kind of take down the shield even more. They have a lot of different tools in their tool belt to kind of figure out how they want to play, but as soon as that team kind of left, that gives them the freedom to continue to rotate in. Nebs and iDrop. I know Levin had a lot to say about them last season, but sometimes you just need a refresher. Major 2, new season, new meta going around. Nebs and iDrop, they're probably looking for a resurgence, and this is game 1 of the FNCS. So no matter if you played in the Evaluation Cups, Duo Cash Cups, Scrims, whatever you have done up until this point, almost doesn't matter because you have to now perform when the event is actually being played out.
As a reminder here, the players right now are playing for those series points in the hopes of qualifying to semifinals. I believe it'll be about 130 points is kind of a goal, as I would say is kind of like a good job for this 4th round of the first qualifier. If you're able to get that, you're on a good route for qualifying in the next weekly finals. So we'll see who's going to be able to get those initial pop-off matches, who's going to have a rougher start to their tournament. DMR being put to good use. Good way to get those tags, do that damage. Initially, I wasn't too much of a fan, but as the season played on, you see more and more players using it to get those tags from afar.
Yeah, one of the biggest changes from DMRs of the past is they were always projectile versus other weapons that had that hit scan, like the ARs of the past. This season around, and even last season, everything is projectile. So now that you're on an even playing field, hit scan versus projectile makes it even more of a go-to weapon, especially in lobbies just like this, to where you're going to need surge. You may not need it in the first couple of early zones, but later on in the game, you want to make sure you are ahead of the curve, so that way you have more control over your game plan and not forced to make any aggressive moves when you may or may not want to. And already you can see second zone forcing a lot of action here at the edge. About 4 teams directly here, 5th one in the distance, and they're all being gatekeeped at the edge.
Teeny and Chap, newly formed duo, performing quite well so far. As we have Jake Buka. This guy's aim is insane from what I've seen. 3 bananas in the inventory. Ready to put them to good use. Also a DMR in hand, continuing that trend that we've seen throughout this match. Does have the dashes as well, but he does not have a teammate, Jacob, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, not just yet. Well, everybody else has the luxury of rotating in towards zone, finding a more comfortable position. Kind of has to stagger it all out. You see him kind of trying to peek for information, even accidentally using one of the dashes, but this isn't too much of a wordy. You see the river sticks not too far off in the direction he already has to go to kind of replenish those underworld charges. And now that he's going to get his teammate back, at least it's going to give him a refresh feeling, you knowing that there's nobody else in sight. But from a comfortable feeling to very uncomfortable, you see a sporadic fight already breaking down with a couple players already weak. And you can see they're just trying to attack from multiple angles so their opponent doesn't know exactly where they're coming from.
I mean, if I was cloning his duo partner here, I was going to say I'd be feeling comfortable having the HP and shield advantage, but quickly those tables balance out as now both duos have been hit quite hard, forced to pop that Flowberry Fizz, which is also one of the main items in terms of mobility this season, as we haven't seen the wings being put into play too much. You have the bananas, you have the dashes if you're able to get into a river of sticks, which is that water that gets you those underworld dashes, just like the Cerebus Medallion. As we look at Oogway here, also known as Chapix, alongside his duo partner. So far looking healthy.
Yeah, you can see them fighting for everything. No heals, very little loot left in their inventory. Carmine Corp is actually very, very little HP and shield as well. And that's something that they're going to have to fight through this season. Their drop spot, unless the couple of chests or the drop floor spawn gives them a good loot, they're going to have to be on the lookout for it. And already a knock onto one, leaving Oogway, aka Chapix, all by himself. 1v2 situation. And even though the zone is just right there, there's more players nearby, but he is just landing haymaker after haymaker, backing down his opponents each step of the way. And you even see the loot being swapped around. His down teammate dropping the extra shields, making sure that he has enough to continue this fight as long as he needs to.
He can get it done here, as it's the 1 versus 2, but if I'm confident in the player, it's going to be Chapix. As maybe I spoke a little too soon, Jacob. Chapix is going to be going down quickly.
That was just one of those unfortunate circumstances with Juan going down so early in that fight. Even though he was able to pass the loot on over, it was no HP heals. There was only so long Chapix was able to last either way with the amount of shots he was landing there. He just needed bandages, floppers, medkits, anything at that point. As we check a replay, Veno and Tayson dropping Nevs into their box, making it look almost easy, but they still have that fight up against eye drops.
Yeah, I dropped left alone now, as his duo partner Nebs has been taken out. I wonder if Tayson is going to be able to clean that up, as now we go back to the Reckless Railways. Quite a few duos here based up. Maybe just looking to see if they can get some damage done on the teams rotating through. Even refarm a little bit of the buildings to get a good position to get that field of view. But now Kovacs trying to make an escape here. He has the banana in hand, which could grant him that mobility boost, but it's going to be Stormy as well being a part of the chase, as now he's been cracked and he's been taken out. Stan Kovacs, quick Elam on the board.
Yeah, he needed to be able to pounce on the Kovacs while he had him weak. And you kind of saw his inventory. The more time you give Stan and Kovacs, they're going to be able to heal up. They had splashes. They have the legendary bananas. They have fizz. They had everything that they needed. So the longer that one took, the more chances they're going to get back on into it. And you can see with the zone pushing over in this direction, with that elimination, with the damage, that gives Stan and Kovacs some time to work with before they're forced into another rotation.
Mythic DMR in hand. Destro Dragons, seeing if they can connect some shots here. Could be huge damage if they can land a headshot. It is difficult though, as these, new projectile shots, not so new anymore to be fair, can be a bit more difficult to land. But if you do it, especially with the DMR, you will be rewarded with the amount of damage that it does. Being on the edge of zone though, it looks like they want to do a rotation where they're not as likely to get tagged by these players already in zone. But with being so far away, both duos, all three duos actually in this area, I think with the same plan in mind, get the zone, do a bit of damage. It's still only third zone, so you're not really going to get punished too much.
Yeah, and you can see them scrapping together as much of the leftover foraged vegetables and fruits. And even though they do have the banana, they could use it for the speed boost. You kind of want to wait, use it at the perfect time. I do expect them to use it eventually, but with Destru already having that medallion as well, he has the speed boost. He's going to make it there to the zone first and give him and Dragon a spot that they can work with. That's going to be pivotal. But from team to team, you see the different strategies going down around the lobby. Some forced to rotate, box up. Others just using the plain old bush strat that we've seen so many different times.
Tekka becoming a wonder waterbender here. We'll see. I haven't seen this item being used too much, but you never know, Jacob. Maybe something can happen here.
I haven't seen it used too much myself, but I've been hearing more and more rumblings of what it can do with distance. It's not necessarily the best weapon in close range for box fighting. The Thunderburst, the Harbinger, even the Warforged would be better for that. But in terms of distance, especially if you're not able to get your hands on an AR or one of these DMRs, it might be one of the next best things that you can kind of find around the map. See Kyrie, Gripe, just kind of positioned outside of the zone, knowing players are going to have to rotate nearby just like this. And you can see this is where they're going to get as much of the attempts as possible, so that way they don't have to worry about surge later on. And with a nice body shot like that, 55. And that's the thing about the DMR. It deals so much damage with each and every one of those shots, and that's not even including a headshot, that it does help you so much when it comes to surge, especially if you're able to position yourself well.
Rift Island has appeared. So now once again, like all the previous seasons with this Rift Island, there are going to be rifts appearing below this island. And the players can choose if they want to box up around for future mobility, or they can go on the island, capture that flag, even have some launch pads up top, and also that visibility of the surroundings being so elevated. And it's going to be Tekka and his duo partner, which are going to be the ones that claim this. No longer gives points like it has in previous seasons. But Lucia now wanting a piece of that pie as he's going right into his opponent's box. Duo partner, though, is heavily tagged. Good idea to recuperate some shields here before continuing with that aggression.
Yeah, the strength in numbers as they position themselves on the low ground. They know they did enough damage to Lunex to at least back him up, to where if they are going to get aggressive, you have that opportunity to hit the one pump, or no, it is going to be a 2v1 situation. Lunex just trying to breathe. Winner granting them that opportunity. Lucia and his teammate just trying to do the same thing, but the later this game goes, you're seeing players and teams kind of position closer and closer together. This is going to be zone 4, so within the next couple of zones, it will push away from Loot Island. So you see it in the mini-map now. All these players that are positioned around this side of the map are going to have to think about what's next, whether it's now or later.
You can see how many duos too are positioned around here. You do not want to get in a fight, as it's just going to be third party after third party taking shots from every angle. This player's now getting close to bunkers here. Blaster and his duo partner, 2 Flowberry Fizzes, 2 bananas, ready for the mobility alongside full dashes from the river of sticks close by. You can see, once again, that water that gives you those underworld dashes, just like the medallion does. Although you don't recharge them if you don't have the medallion. Of course, unless you're able to get inside of the river once again, which luckily enough, with this zone, you should have that opportunity.
What I'm doing liking what I'm seeing here is the Chain of Hades. There is a lot of different loot that players like to utilize. The double heals, the snipers, maybe even triple heals. You don't see it very often this season. Teams carrying the Chain of Hades from early game all the way into endgame. And it works very, very similar to the old Harpoon. You can scrounge together loot. You can see Pixel just trading together shots over peak. Soul Pix takes the brunt of that last one, forced to back down. And you can see only 4 splashes left. Not a lot of heals to go around the both of them. Now they have to start making those conscientious decisions. When to heal, when not to heal, and eventually when to go for a refresh.
Could be getting a little bit more desperate here as time goes on and the rotate has to come through. They did have 3 elims to their name though, so they've started off pretty strong. As we go back to Veno and Tayson as well with 2 eliminations, but a lot healthier in terms of shields, bigs, minis, and even that Flowberry for healing and mobility. You can see too, positioned around Lavish Lair. They have, I believe, a search base already built up as well on that mountain that they must have used earlier on, but now the rotate must come through. Will they just play edge zone? What's kind of their game plan here? They don't really need to do too much, to be honest, with already those 2 eliminations of the loot they have, so I don't think they want to take any risks.
Yeah, I don't think so either, especially since you know they're one of the teams that predominantly look towards the high ground, whether they have it or not, in towards the end game. They have a sniper in their hands, so you know that's going to be a viable option later on. Zas is just trying to scrap together as much loot as possible, looking for Surge. Even though he is 16 above, he know in a split second things can change, and then he might be forced to jump into a box when he doesn't want to. And that's why you see him trying to get as proactive as possible. That and the fact that he does still have some ground to cover before he's safely inside of the zone.
I'm looking for a headshot snipe here, Jacob. It's what I want to see, especially when you're playing as a solo. You need those impact, those game-changing shots. 39 below Storm Surge. Gonna get a bit desperate here shortly. He could even bait the peaks. If he can just get opponents to take shots at him, all it takes is 1 quick headshot. He has 8 opportunities. Will one of them land?
And it's not like he's a duo where they can just kind of box fight or even jump into a box altogether. That would be really risky, but he's hoping that he can catch somebody off guard, possibly a solo. There is going to be one person right beneath. Storm Surge is now taking him down. This is where he's being put on the clock, and it runs out just like that. He did land a shot to go above Surge, but the 2v1, he went down immediately after.
Out of time, at the disadvantage. We're talking about advantages. So 1v1, both players are, well, both duo partners are knocked down here. As right now, all it takes is 1 good shotgun shot to connect as the splashes come through. Now HP advantage onto Laku. Oh, has he done it, Jacob? Got the finish on the duo partner, but still 1 player to take down who does not want to let him pick up his teammate.
Yeah, and I was to say, just because of those early splashes, even though he's using them on himself, it's affecting and healing his teammate, which means he is going to last longer while knocked. And you can see with his opponent no longer being in existence, he's going to be able to get that revive back on up. But in comes Teeny, in comes Chap. They heard all this noise, and they possibly saw the revive come out due to the audio visuals and let the next fight begin. 112 above the damage threshold. Chap and Teeny are trying to be proactive in a situation like this. Get loot, get heals, get a couple shots, and continue to move forward, knowing that the zone has pulled a little bit away from them.
They were hungry for it, but as that zone appeared and they realized that their opponents were healing up, it was no longer worth it to take that risk. As now we take a look at where a bit more of the congested action is at here. You can see how many duos are currently rotating into this east side of the zone, boxing up, trying to get in. It's going to be Hen, though, and his duo that are 75 below. Only 3 shots in the chamber for the sniper rifle. Good amount of SMG ammunition, but is that what you want in this situation? 99 below, as Storm is 1 second away from closing, and there it is. They have pulled it, but they need damage.
Yeah, you saw them when we first tuned in, slowly slipping down. A couple shots going to land there, but still not nearly enough. But it's the patience that I like what I'm seeing out of this team. They're trying to calculate, formulate the strategy, possibly out-healing it as well, giving themselves options and flexibility to work with as they look off into the distance, seeing a couple players in a fight, and this is their chance. With the distraction already being had, they're just trying to land a few through those builds to get them above the threshold, but instead of climbing, they're slowly falling. With a knock just like that, they finally have done enough to get above the threshold. Bonus points for the elimination and the match that they're trying to get, but now they just put themselves in a spot where they're stacked around so many other teams.
Cringe Noms looking to see what they can do to stay up here. Incredibly far from the zone, all the way up north, and they need to go south. So many duos in their way, blocking their path though, and being 66 below just makes it that much more difficult. You need to get some tags. You need to do some damage as they're forced to pop their heals, pop their medkits, minis, anything they can to out-heal this Storm Surge damage. As all the players now begin their rotates, they should have some chances to take shots here from the back as loot is recuperated. 20 above now, but that's just a breath of air for what's to come.
Yeah, this is just one of those tough zones when it comes to Surge. Not only are you forced to rotate, especially if you get a max just like this, you still need 11 players to go down before Storm Surge turns off altogether. Crimson Noms knows that time is ticking. While they're rotating forward, they still have to get damage because now they're 91 below, continuously falling. Not even a chance to heal up just yet because they don't want to continuously fall down below that threshold even further, and it costs them. Josh Go Hard and Bimbo get the elimination, and they survive.
3 on Josh now, as all the pressure from the duos already boxed up are now getting applied onto him and Bimbo. The shot's coming through, looking to see if he can kind of take an alternate path here, but he's not gonna be able to. Goes down to zone 10 now. 24 bullets, recuperated that ammunition and putting it to work. Quick little headshot is exactly what Hen wanted. Now 302 above, the damage has been secured.
Yeah, that headshot basically tripled his damage altogether. It's not even necessarily about the elimination and picking up all that loot. They're just trying to have a consistent game. Top 23 placements have just now begin to set in for this lobby. So it doesn't matter how much work you've done up until this point, you have to double it up and send it back.
Double or nothing. Teeny Chap not looking as healthy as Hen now at 17. They have made it into the zone though. Pulls east once again. As now being 16 above, they're going to choose to get a bit more elevated. This is good both for looking at opponents and also looks like he does have spare materials, so not even going to cost them a lot. 10 damage, not enough. Need to land more SMG shots as now he's forced 14 below. Storm Surge will start ticking shortly. 25 seconds until this zone closes. Flowberry for the mobility and the rotate coming through.
Yeah, even though there's only 3 players that need to go down for this zone in Storm Surge, the next one is 10 right after, so there's no feeling comfortability or a chance to breathe at all for Teeny unless he keeps on climbing, and it's almost a daunting field that you're staring at, knowing that you're solo. High ground is one direction, low ground there's a whole mess below, but he's being patient, and that is the biggest thing. Peeking through the cone, he's spotting out his biggest threats, which is highest ground.
Will they be able to hold on to it, though? Holding it from first zone. First moving zone, should I say. Can be a little risky. There is 35 players up, 21 duos. But they do have that medallion, Jacob. They do have those dashes. You can see them splitting it, so both of them get charges. Both of them have those options to stay ahead and conserve materials on the rotate, which is going to make it significantly easier to hold on to height. As Tayson and Benno now 547 above with only 2 elims. They have been hitting their shots.
Yeah, and you can see right now they're just causing destruction around the lobby, staying ahead of the curb so they don't end up in a position just like this. Even though Teeny is going to be above the threshold, plenty of loot, plenty of materials. He might have to risk it all in order to get the damage he needs. Now he's only 6, jumping above, trying to figure out who he can catch slipping as he continues to move forward ahead of the zone. Boxes above Venno and Tayson, but as soon as he does, he gets ahead. He drops below the Storm Surge threshold.
Shots looking to come through. It's 37 above. That's not what you want to be at. 14 below, even worse. Raban now for Strokey, seeing if they can creep on behind one of their opponents here. Blaster might be the one getting blasted here. Shot comes through. It's 80. Is it going to be enough to get the elim, though, as he gets cracked? Another player close by. 44 white gets the knock onto Lucia. Will he have the heals that Raban wants, though? As now shots come through, 5 builds only. Banana pop, but it's not enough.
Yeah, that shot that damaged his HP. Could have popped the other one. Spicy goal, aka Vasquez, knows that Hen is down. He has his own legendary banana popped as well. That's where you see him gaining health, moving quickly. Flowberry Fizz, this is gonna be the last charge and the last attempt he really has to keep himself going in this game. He's hoping for a top 10 or better.
Oh, taken out, sent right back to the menu. As up top now in the clouds, duos with those underworld dashes and the medallion are still holding strong. Meanwhile, the players down below looking to scavenge anything they can. 6 HP, no builds, no materials. You need to connect the shot here. You need to find a solo, as it's a duo that hunts him down.
Yeah, it was just tough. One of the few solos left in the game in a world full of duos. Knew it was going to happen eventually. 11th zone, Tayson, Veno, target towards the high ground, but due to those underworld dashes, they're not going to be able to get it right on back. So it is going to be Various and Velry on top of the world now, trying to see if they can solidify this game. Top 6 position, but it's Tayson who's now by himself. Veno's going to be lost along the way. A huge shot's going to weaken him, and he goes down altogether, but Tady's still popping off.
Still as a solo as well, holding on strong. Has that refresh of materials now. 10 builds to work with. Flowberry coming through. A little bit of mobility, but is it going to be enough as now shields fully recuperated? A lot of solos close by. Not even too much HP to their name. This could be an opportunity for a bit of impacts, a bit of refreshes, but the shots from above still coming through. The pressure is on.
From down on Surge as a solo to just making things work here in this game. He still has high ground above. Players below. He's the sandwich, the meat in the middle, but he's still figuring out a way to traverse through all of this. Top 3 secured. Nice shot onto a player on the low ground. Teeny could make magic happen.
7 E-lives. Teeny looking unstoppable, but the shots from above could be what stops him. It's a duo close by. Akira hits the first shot, 43 HP. Second shot connected as well. Teeny goes down.
Holy heals. He has 5 medkits, 4 floppers going up against the high ground. Gotta think he has this one in the book, especially if the only heals on the other side are gonna be those 2 legendary bananas. So it almost leaves one choice to Kata. They have to drop down low. They have to disrupt and not let this go to the heal off if they don't have the heals themselves.
Right, they don't know what their opponents have. They could have medkits, they could have not. And that's what's on their mind right now, and it looks like what they're gonna do is one player goes down, disrupts the heal off. Is he gonna be able to, though, as he gets taken to the ground? Akira now, 5 medkits, 4 floppers, 3 splashes. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Various.
He is just looking all over. First banana's pop.
Wait a minute.
And he also has the medkits that he was just able to find. He just found a treasure trove of medkits with the legendary banana. But we still got splashes, we still got medkits, and we still got floppers on the other side. This will come down to Storm Sickness. Who has it and who doesn't?
Who was in Storm longer during this match? That is the main question. Akira, in terms of healing, wins it out with the 4 floppers and 3 splashes, but if he was in zone longer, Various could take this home.
Yeah, we might need a flop or splash onto Akira, just get that HP back on up before the next medkit. He's definitely cutting it close, but the last couple of medkits being used on the other side. Floppers, splashes, seconds left for Various to see if it's gonna be enough. Akira down to the floppers, it's not going to be enough. Now he has to go on the hunt. He does have the dashes, but the Storm Sickness on the other side. Takata, I called it was gonna be a big play in this one, and it costed them everything.
Various takes it home. His duo was unable to disrupt, but with those 4 medkits he found from his opponents, he was able to outlive and take that VR.
Probably one of the longest heal offs that we have had in 2024 FNCS, and it really came down to them finding medkits while the legendary banana was popped. This was the moment here where you just think everything is coming down. I ran out of heals. There's nothing left to go.
What a way to start off the qualifier, but so much went on, Jacob. I want the desk to break it down. Frankie Levin Mini, what do you have for us?
Well, I have a lot of, well, actually not a lot of shock, because it turns out having the Medallion of Agility will help you come out on top, Levin. I think it's just that there was so much low ground in those final couple of zones. It kind of took me by surprise, I have to say.
I mean, I was shocked. I mean, the heal off there, I thought to myself, there's no way you can lose with that many heals. But then again, FNCS always shows that, you know, you never really quite know until the victory royale pops up on your screen, Minnie.
Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the show. We were talking about how high ground dynamics work, how people are going to go about winning games, and that's kind of just like a framework as to how we expect these games to go. We expect teams that are going to be on height to have that dash medallion. We expect the games to go to heal off, and we expect those teams to actually end up coming out on top. Of course, we have Velry here and Various Bro Clan, who's Fire Hunter, who's actually just been able to save a lot of those heals, and of course, find those heals later on. There was a moment there as well, Levin, where actually Veno and Taysom tried to chop them down, but because they had that dash, they were just able to dash all the way back on top. It didn't affect them at all.
Yeah, no, it's so hard to take height from a team that has the dashes. It's if you're the team taking height and you have dashes, easy. If you're the team on height holding it, easy. It's a challenge.
That was one of my favourite things from the Endgame moments was Veno and Tayson going, hang on a second, we're not contesting height. We can totally contest height here. Let's just shoot above us, chop them down. And you just see Clan like kind of flying out to the side. And then moments later, he's back up there again. There's nothing really that Veno and Tayson can do about that without just taking him out completely. And obviously, Mini, they were not able to do that. However, a really good start for this duo as well. And making the top 10, it's the start we want to see from them.
Yeah, solid start from this duo. We talked about them at the beginning of the show as well. They were one of our duos that we want to see do good. We always want to see Tayson and Veno doing good, whether they're together or whether they're not. They're two players that have all the ability, and you saw that in these endgame moments. We saw their surge was really, really good. They were able to get eliminations when they needed the refreshes, and they were playing the mid-ground layers really well, Levin. Just, of course, this was the moment where we saw them trying to take that high ground, and then they discovered how difficult it really is when the team up on top have dashes, particularly when they've actually dropped it to each other and actually shared the dashes as well. So for Tayson, wasn't quite able to do enough here at the end, but a solid performance and a good start.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough in that spot.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the leaderboards after this one. Don't forget, guys, there are over 300 players playing tonight. So there's a lot going on, multiple lobbies at any time. We're going to try and show you as many games as possible. That's why you can't just see our previous Victory Royale winners at the top there. Clearly, CZB and Nathan having a really good start today, Minnie.
Yeah, really good start for those guys as well. Teeny even in that last game as well, clutching up so many placement points. That gets them inside of that top 10. Really nicely done from him. And there was a few questions about why did Teeny and Misha split? Why are they no longer playing together? Seems like Teeny and Chap are doing very well. As we have a little look at the next page, you see Seti and Cammy, another duo that we spoke about at the beginning of the show, starting off pretty strongly as well.
I want to know what's going to happen, though, to that play style that we're familiar seeing Misha and Teeny cause terror with. Because they're so known for zipping about the map and keeping people guessing where their drops for, right? Do you think that's something they're going to take to their new duo partners, Levin?
I think so, yeah. I mean, you know, that's one of the things that excited me the most when I heard these two are playing together. I mean, the prospect of the sort of teamy strat, but with Chap doing it, right? Like, because we know how crazy of a fighter Chap is. I mean, yeah, it is really scary. The fact that at any given moment, these guys could be somewhere near you and you're not really sure. I'm sure we'll see that come grand finals time. And yes, I do expect them to make it to grand finals.
I do as well. I do as well. I'm excited to see what they can do. What more could be said? You know, they're an exciting duo. I know we like to see how different teams work. Of course, particularly splitting at this point in the year as well. I was expecting a little bit more teams to actually split and actually change up because, of course, it's a little bit different sort of format to last year where it was kind of like a last chance major sort of series points format. So I was expecting some teams like that maybe didn't have as good of a start to the year to actually split and come together with new players. So it's a duo that I'm very excited about, and particularly when Teeny's on the form that he is right now, particularly after that first game. Very, very exciting stuff from this duo.
We've got some more exciting footage to show you. Producer Mikkel is going to roll right now. We want to talk about a few more of the duos that we saw in game just now. Definitely a really chaotic start, at least the lobby that we got to see. Very excited to see some of the new items as well for Season 2 as well. Here's Izrumi. You can see quite the loadout already there, Levin, this point in the game.
Not really. Until that elim, like he was pretty shambles.
He's got a banana.
No, he was pretty shambles, but that snipe did save their game, you would say. Irazumi, again, a veteran of EU, really. Like, he's been around in the EU for so long, and it feels like we haven't seen Irazumi's name in these sort of lobbies doing well in a while, so it's good to see him there, strutting his stuff a bit with the sniper in hand. Of course, again, when you're able to pick up some eliminations and keep your team ticking in the game, that's always going to be a useful trait a player can have.
Yeah, and especially if you're one of those players that has had that success before, it can be quite difficult to sort of pick yourself up again and say, right, let's go again. Someone like Chapix in the lobby there, we saw someone that has had so much success, be able to pick up the game again and try and find some of that same momentum that you had, because a lot of Fortnite, a lot of these tournaments is momentum. We see a lot of players that have, some really good periods of time and then kind of not do so well after a while. So I'm hoping for players like that, players that haven't maybe performed in the last few seasons, to actually try and pick up that momentum a little bit and try and get back on top.
I've just realised that there's three of us. We're like the three-headed dog of the analyst desk. And you know who guards the River Styx? It's Cerberus. And he's a three-headed dog. And I think if we head down into the lobby with Moustache and Malabuka, maybe we'll get a peek at him.
Well, this is it. Y'all got your wish, Malabuka and Moustache. And honestly, it wouldn't be an FNCS broadcast if we didn't bring in the reigning, the defending, undisputed champions of EU last season. Whether if it was an inch or a mile, a win's a win. But that's one thing that I like about this team. Malabuka is yet to win an FNCS. He wins his first one. It's only by a point. Thanks to Reese Hub, got a little bit of an interview. He said it didn't even feel like a win. Now, I'm scared this season for every team going up against a Malabuka that feels like he didn't even win yet.
It was a close game. I mean, it was 1 point, Jacob, that separated Malabuka, Moustache, and Queasy Thomas HD. It was literally half an elite.
This is just what they do best, though. Malabuka and Moustache, we've seen them off spawn, contested or uncontested, over towards Grim Gates. They've set themselves up in this game to continue to push forward. Now that they've gotten everything under their control, they're just sitting themselves up, getting some surge, while everybody else, just like Vortex and Belusi, they're stuck on the low ground. They're not in zone. They're not even close. So now, whether they have to worry about surge or not, they're going to have to start to figure out where this next rotation is going to come in at. And you can already see they're going to try now just a little bit of a white line as they use their dashes to try to make up some of that time that they're going to be losing with the distance that they have. But see what I like about these lobbies, kind of never know who you're going to drop into, who you're going to drop against. And we've seen already just one lobby so far, but just kind of take a look, backtrack. CZB, Nathan, they've won a game. Sammy and Fun, they've won a game. Naku and Kiri, they've won a game as well. So just a lot of action going on to really set the tone of this FNCS qualifier. And something that I kind of said to start the show off was the top 10 for FNCS finals, Major 1 Grand Finals, had a great start here in this qualifier.
Refsguard Hellfire, 53 above as they start off right into a bit of action. Will they be able to hold on, though?
You see 53 above, Refsguard and Hellfire continuing to rotate towards zone, but they know they're also down on surge, 13 below that threshold, and they know Axe Force and Cloudski are rotating behind them. So typically you would see a team try to beeline their way to zone so that way they don't stagger themselves too far. They're stuck in a position to where they have to rotate to zone and simultaneously get this damage, and that's where you're seeing the elevation and the way Refsguard just used the Flowberry Fizz with that elevation to get damage. Barely push himself above the Storm Surge threshold, but at least it's enough to where he can focus on making this next rotation a success, so that way him and Hellfire have a shot on this next rotation right after that. Just see everybody really taking notice that these guys just came from the backside of the zone. They know the HP is weak. Hellfire even getting knocked. And this is where Snazy and POTUS are the ones knocking on that door. This might not be Halloween, but they do want to go trick or treat. And right now, with the knock and elimination onto Hellfire, they got themselves a bag full of treats in terms of loot. Refsguard doing a good job, though. He knew that his teammate was about to go down. Instead of trying to play hero, it's about disengaging, creating space, and letting everybody else that's battling on that low ground figure out what they're doing, and that way he can just plan the next rotation. Ref's guard, this moment, everything is going to slow down. 44 players still left alive in the 7 zone, so Storm Surge overall not going to be too much of a worry in this zone. Only 4 players need to nuke down, and since he is a solo, if he can find some heals, in theory, he could out-heal it. Fremont and his duo just rotating forward in towards zone. They got a little bit of a free rotation as it continues to open up. That full left side, the west and the north, will have so much space that they can work with, but ironically enough, there is one duo that they're rotating in that direction that could try to play gatekeepers, and you can see in the minimap they are looking in that direction, so no surprise attacks at all. Fremock's the one to try to hit a little quick scope with the sniper to try to get their position. It's up to them now that they've elevated themselves up their opponent. Zone coming to them. Do I fight this? Do I not? Choices are going to be made here for Fremock and his duo, and it does look like they're just continue to rotate. They prefer to have a little bit of safety, some space, because placement points have just now begun to set in. Zone closing in. You see Fremont just waiting to the last possible moment. They do get a max pull this time around, so as easy as this rotation was, it may not be easy this time around.
The 3-headed dog must have got me for a second, but I think we're back in business. Jacob is Fremont now. Playing a bit slow, seeing if he can connect any shots here.
She likes Chicho. Very, very disappointing to not be able to watch them compete in that last major, but the amount of disappointment, you know, that I have, you gotta imagine they have felt that 10 times more for themselves. And this season, I'm gonna be looking at them to really set the tone in terms of redemption, revenge on this season. Show why you won multiple games in the Global Championship and figure out a way to channel that momentum here this weekend.
Already close to first moving as these players have to prepare their positioning depending on how much damage they have done throughout this match. Will they want to play up in the action? Will they want to go to a spot that's a little bit less congested? As Vanyak, though, and Swizzy, they're feeling happy. They're feeling confident. Already 7 elims to their name before first moving has even begun. Good amount of heals as well. 100 in the Flowberry, as they're just going to look back and see if they can connect some shots.
And they have the luxury to do something like that. They're one of the first teams to find that comfortable position in towards zone. And now that the KU's struggling, staggering too far behind, great awareness to watch the low side of their builds. A few seconds later, they could have been caught off guard and possibly pushed into their box, but Malibuca Mustache, front side of the zone, and they're looking stacked like pancakes right now in terms of shield, in terms of heals. Nothing used on the Flowberry Fizz, and because of that, that gives them so much material and resource to save as they jump from one zone to the next.
Looking to see what they can connect here. The ones up above, though, it's going to be Fremont and his duo partner here. Taking shots with that Thunderburst SMG, connecting quite a few, but one below. How much above can they get? As they do have that positional advantage, trying to get a bit ahead here, but the Storm Surges just keep getting at them. Only 63 above. 1 banana to their name. Prodoxy Trip gonna be rotating on top of their opponent's builds as they quickly switch layers, though, looking a lot more healthy now.
Yeah, it almost looks like they're giving themselves options to challenge the high ground if they want. They do have the Flowberry Fizz. You talked about the medallion. They have the mythic loot all the way from Grim Gates, and that gives you the best chances not only to go up for the high ground, but sneak up on them as well. Pablo and Bevy, they've been progressively getting better almost every season. Elimination leaders throughout the last round as well. They've heated up. They just need to execute. And it does look like Fordoxy and Trippin have found a way to solidify that high ground. The tables have turned on to Freewalk and his duo, and they're just trying to force him lower and lower into that mess that's down below.
For how long, though? Because if the players up ahead of zone now look back, they could take some shots. They could try and drop down as this battle looks like it's not getting close to ending here, as Trip has been knocked. Fordoxy now left alone. He's still up above as he slowly drops down now, looking to connect these shots. He's cracked, though. 49 HP, 52. The banana looking like it's going to be a savior here, recuperating that HP by the second. But for how long? as the chug splashes are forced to come through. Flowberry Fizz now for the mobility. Alongside that banana, it could be enough to get Fredoxy back into zone.
Yeah. The reason why it is going to be enough, and you see him staying maybe just a little bit too longer than some would hope, but he also has the dash medallion as well, so he's going to be able to cover distance in the blink of an eye. Mixed with the banana, he is looking like Usain Bolt out here just speeding through the lobby, and there's going to be another opportunity for him to try to survive. There's so much mess going around, but the dash medallion yet again saving the day, much needed, because also low on builds. A huge knock and an opportunity there, but with so many players catching up to the pace, he's going to be unable to clean it up, but finally taking down Podesai with much needed loot.
Dash shot for Doxy, back and forth, taking shots, flying around. He's like that annoying mosquito you get right before you're going to bed. You just can't take him out. As Della now up above. 4 elims to this duo, continuing to rain down shots from above. Merstash Malabuka still up as well. 200 effective HP and shield for both players. They're looking incredibly strong.
Yep, better not count it too soon. The champs are here. Merstash, Malabuka, 5 eliminations. Double healing towards the backside of the zone. Instead of playing for heal off, they're playing for a strength in numbers. Now, because they did just that, they're going to be able to sneak up on the high ground. The attempt is there, but Druxy and Della spotted out. They're trying to defend it, but Merstash is persistent. They chop everything down. The first knock's going to come through. Second shot's onto his opponent, but it's a sacrifice, a trade. Malabuka has fallen, so it's all up to Merstash.
He can make it happen, though. If there's a player I'm confident in, Jacob, it's Merstash. 3 elims to his name, but he wants more. The solo right below is cracked, but so is he. Good news is, though, Flowberry Fizz going to be used to recuperate a bit of that shield, and 1 quick shot is going to be enough for the elim. Now just 3 players up. All solos. It's turned into solo FNCS.
Yeah, you got to be careful, though. 70 at the bottom. Fredoxy still has that dash coin, but no heals. It doesn't look like anybody really has the HP heals needed to survive as Fredoxy drops onto his opponent, misses the shot needed to get that elimination, and that's the only player we don't know what the heals look like, so this could be huge. Finally, he goes down.
11.
Still no heals as Merstash tries to take advantage. Fredoxy with the turn and burn and take him down and take the game.
Fredoxy, are you kidding me? 11 eliminations just for Fredoxy, taking one out after the other. Merstash being the last one alongside that win. That is a strong way to start off your second match.
I'm not going to say I started to count him out the moment Trip went down, but the dash coin, the mythic, the moves Fredoxy was able to put on. A nice elimination towards the backside of the zone, and even though he's fighting here, Merstash, look at him, full HP, full shield, but it just wasn't enough to stop Fredoxy. 25 HP, back-to-back shots with the mythic. He really made a statement in that game.
What a way to get the job done. But I want to see what's going on. Frankie Levin Mini, what did we miss?
Well, you didn't miss anything. You've got it all, boys, and I absolutely loved it. And yet again, Mini Miner, that medallion is proving absolutely essential in the end game.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Fredoxy. I mean, I did not expect that. Let me be real here. I did not expect him to solo clutch that whatsoever. Losing height for that team was a big shock to me as well. They were a team that had everything that they needed to retain height. They had the dashes, they had the bananas, they had the Flowberry Fizz, they had everything to not get height taken off them, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out for them there. But we have to talk about Fredoxy. What a fantastic clutch that was with that mythic Gatekeeper shotgun. He really put the damage down. It's actually how they got height as well. They just used the dashes to their advantage, Levin. And of course, Fredoxy, what a player.
I mean, this is just everything you expect to see from a coin player, right? Someone who is absolutely just popping off. Give them that mythic Gatekeeper shotgun. It does so much damage. It's so powerful. And one of the small little benefits, again, of that sort of coin, right, is the fact that in a lot of these instances where he's getting these refreshes, sometimes he's only getting siphon mats in some of these, right? But he's able to stretch even those few materials because he has the ability to just sort of dash around in the zone, right? But even with that being said, coin or no coin, let's not take away how incredible of a clutch this was. I mean, as a solo, to get this many eliminations, look, Trippen's my guy, but he did put Trippen on his back for this endgame, and 11 elims all by himself. Wow, what a game for Fredoxy and Trippen.
it's absolutely no surprise that they are at the top. So many eliminations to their name in that one. And also, we talk about the fact that, you know what, you've got this medallion in the end game. If you therefore do not go and take the victory royale, then how? But actually, they had to fight for that medallion in the first place. They have to fight for it early in the game and then hold on to it. So absolute kudos to these two. But of course, also fantastic to see Merstash and Malabuka taking it to the end as well. I loved watching that final four, the solos trying to clutch it out in those last moments, Levin. And I did question Merstash and Malabuka, are they just going to be doing target practice and not trying too hard in the lobby this weekend? But oh no, they gave it their everything.
Well, I think the coolest thing about this endgame was just sort of seeing how things sort of transpired for them in their attempt to take height, right? Mini, right? Of course, they sort of scouted on height. They saw Della up there and they thought, okay, you know what? We're stacked. Let's just go fight for it, right? This is what we do. And they go up. And I mean, at first you're thinking, okay, they're cooking something here. They sort of play Storm a bit. They got the bananas, right? We talked about how useful it is for that. But they got spotted, right? And that's where sort of things went awry for them. So they get spotted. Malabuka gets taken down. Merstash says, nah, I'm committing to the bit. I'm taking height. Whether Malabuka's with me or not, I am taking it. And he sort of holds on to it as a solo pretty well, I guess. Again, he doesn't have to do it for that long because the game's coming to a close. But you know, again, a nice attempt, and good to see that these guys are still going to be competitive in these lobbies. They're not settling for anything other than trying to, you know, take it all, get the win from height, and that's a good sign for this duo.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they've been doing. I've been watching a lot of their games so far this season, and that's exactly how they're trying to play. They're trying to take the high ground from the backside. What I've noticed is that when the high ground is spraying, when the height team just keep on spraying, they don't use that as an opportunity to drop down. A lot of teams are like, right, height is spraying, we're on second, we should just drop, we should just play our mats. They actually use that as an opportunity to actually take high ground. A lot of them, their ammo, of course, is going to be used by that top tier team. They're always going to be jumping up there, using those bananas. They're going to use that opportunity to buy themselves a couple of extra seconds and catch that team off guard. So really nicely done from that duo. Of course, not quite able to come out with a win this time. Of course, the high ground take didn't quite work out in the way they wanted, but nicely done from them. Second place is not too bad at all.
I think the only thing I maybe would have changed they probably should have tried to take height from two different angles there, right? Like with how small the zone was there, it's like if you get spotted, you're both just getting sprayed and chopped out. Maybe Merstash went the other side. Maybe you can help Malabuka a bit more and they both stay up as a duo and the game goes a different way. Either way, again, it's the start of the season, right? They still got a couple weeks until we get to grand finals.
And they're already looking insanely good. Let's take a look at the standings because we want to find out how our other duos are going, how they're doing in the several lobbies that are taking place. CZB and Nathan clearly having another great day in the lobby. Any other names that are sticking out to you there, Minnie?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Benno and Tayson there moving up some places. We saw them have a very good start, of course, as well. Pink and Vico, a duo that I'm excited to see how they can continue to develop this season as well. They're inside of that top 20 as well. So solid stuff there from some of our big teams. We get to see some other names on the list as well. Yiras and Chari, of course, another big name that we see. Cammy and Seti actually moving down after that first game. The difficulty is we don't actually know whether they've played their next game yet, whether it hasn't actually gone on the leaderboard. So I'm sure for a lot of these players, the leaderboard is not really going to be their main focus. Just playing as well as you can in every single game that you can is going to be priority. And at the end of things, see how things shake out and see how you end up.
You know who I'm missing at the moment, guys?
Who?
I'm missing me some Thomas HD and also some Queasy too. So let's check in with them with Takata and Jacob.
Not gonna lie, I thought she was gonna say she's missing us, Jacob, but it's all right. I also miss Thomas HD and Queasy, and this is exactly why. 3 E-libs on the board, and we just got into the game. They aren't even done cooking yet. It's Thomas now, 6 splashes, 4 bananas in hand. Queasy already knocked down another 3 E-libs now for Queasy. It's just a solo trying to escape, seeing if he can get away, but it's not gonna be possible. Another one on the board.
Wow. What a treat tuning into the match. And honestly, if we have Malabuka and Merstash being the undisputed champions of last major, this would have to be our #1 contenders, Thomas and Queasy. And they're showing us exactly why yet again. Immediately taking advantage, pouncing onto a team. Diox and K trying to have a little sneaky advantage on their side, missing the crucial shot. And now that puts them at a disadvantage if Queasy and Thomas want to take this fight.
I don't think they will, though. That's the scary part. If he were to land that snipe, especially if it was a headshot, could have turned the tables instantly, but with no shot being connected, just some pop shots with the SMG coming through. Both players now, both duos, going to disengage. We can see a bit of what happened exactly before we entered the match here. It was just Queasy taking out both players. I mean, this is an incredible start in this match for the duo. As Marius now playing it a bit safer here, farming up alongside his drop spot. Has already a mythic in hand, full materials, good amount of loot. Like this loadout, they're perfectly set up for this stage of the match.
No, it is. And one thing about Marius, him and his duo have been just surpassing expectations, I feel like, almost every single time, setting records in solo cash cups, being somebody that I feel like everybody has their eyes on each and every single time. And they had 21 elimination game in round 3, the most single game elims and points, 107 in EU during round 3. So the thing about this team is, okay, they might mess up one game, they might mess up another game, but they will always have that pop-off game in their match history that you have to watch out for.
As a reminder, this isn't your usual set lobby finals. There are 250 duos competing today, so 5 lobbies being played out at a time, which is why we're getting straight into the action back to back to back during these matches. As we got Pink and Vico now taking some pop shots with the DMR, both players back and forth. They are close to the River of Styx, so they do have those dashes stacked up, as Misha and his duo partner on the other hand are kind of looking to see if they can get themselves a bit more damage. Only one shot as well in the sniper rifle.
Luckily for, I think, everybody in this position, the River Styx that you were talking about is close by to either direction, whether they move towards the south or the north, so disengaging might not necessarily be the bad thing here in terms of survival. But Misha just trying to hound them. You see them following, almost rotating parallel, but now they've become a focus of Loot Island all the way off on the side, and Loot Island is safely in the zone 4 now, which means the position that Misha and Lucia are in, it's going to get worse. In the next zone, it will pull away from Rift Island, so if they don't start acting fast about where they're going to rotate to, they're going to have to use those heals a lot earlier than they would have to hope.
I mean, yeah, they have the medkits, the floppers, but we saw how it came down to a heal off in game 1. Those are incredibly useful later on if they're able to make it to those last moments of the final moving zone. Volko and Vortexers, on the other hand, in an incredibly solid spot here within the zone. Even choosing to get into a better one, they can replenish those dashes instantly by landing in the water, recuperating that little material that they needed. Now back again, full mats, nice position, opportunity to refarm brick. Looking really strong for this endgame.
That's a little bit of a thesis I'm thinking of right now. They already had prime position at the top where nobody was at. They rotated into enemies, and the only reason I'm thinking why you would do that is because you might have Forecast Tower getting ready for the next zones. We'll figure out in a few minutes once the zone does pull, if it does pull in that direction, but that is going to be huge for their game, especially since they're next to the River Styx to get those dashes again. But Razumi just becomes a target, trying to reunite with his teammates, dropping down from height. He loses so much shield and HP, and he doesn't really have any to regenerate, and now he's being aggressed onto.
Split up from his teammate, as now it looks like they've been able to regroup, but is it going to be enough? As the shots come through, it's going to be 61 below, but it quickly changes to 393 above as it updates. Grape Cat and his duo partner wanting to do a bit of damage, but Irazumi is going to be able to get out of this situation.
Yeah, much needed. Not only they don't really have heals to continue fighting this, it's the damage. They are 300 plus damage above that threshold. It's almost a moot point unless you can get the eliminations to scrounge together those heals. But you see action going down all around the map. Bettis just 37 below, becoming focused. He does have some heals to attempt to out heal it, but there's so many players that do need to go down, it's almost not even worth it.
Fico and Pink in the same position as we saw them previously, right above the River of Styx, with some duos close by, as we'll see right now. Jacob, if your thesis was correct, as the zone has pulled towards the literal name of the POI in the Grim Gate, which I believe is where Volko and his duo partner based up at, if I'm not mistaken. So either they got really lucky, or they do have that Forecast Tower, which would make a lot of sense here. But for Bettis, no duo partner, no HP, and now back to the lobby.
It's just tough, especially when you're these guys and you know he's healing, backing up, possibly weak. Great timing there to really take advantage of that one. very, very close to Grim Gates already. They don't have much distance to cover. And you can look at their inventory. The double Flowberry Fizz. One of them is used just a little bit, but both of them close to max. They have plenty of charges. They're going to be able to save a lot of materials as long as they play their cards right in this next one.
I believe. I was going to say, I think this is the base that Volko and his duo set up, but it is not. It's another base incredibly high up. Unfortunately, not in the zone, but do have those dashes, so they will be able to make it on in here. Flowberry is popped. Dashes come through, flying through the sky now. Will they land on top of a duo is the question. Looks like it's going to be on top of a solo. Could be quick pickings, but they put themselves into the focus now as the solo has escaped right onto another duo. And Skies now, they have enough damage, but look at that loot, Jacob. Gray hammer pump shotgun, blue thunderburst, no shield, no HP. They want a refresh.
Yeah, and that was a sound play. I give him a 10 out of 10 for thinking of that one, trying to drop onto Sandguild. He was separated from Marius as a solo, but now that they finally reunited, they become a focal point in this lobby. But I think just going up one layer has done enough to kind of stop the focus. Shots coming in their direction, but now they have to worry about what's next. 43 damage above the Storm Surge threshold. With this next rotation, they have to start getting information where players are at, where you're going to need to rotate, and where you're going to get surge from. And just like that, Sanguila Marius dropped down, instantly getting a knock onto one player. They see his teammate nearby, but it wasn't much, Takata. It wasn't much in terms of Storm Surge.
Not at all. 36 above, about to be below if the opponents continue to do damage as it keeps ticking lower and lower. Not only that, they have to rotate fully south here. But the good news is you can get those dashes, although every player most likely will be able to get the dashes, seeing that this whole zone is on top of that river of sticks. So these rotates should not be incredibly difficult, although getting the damage might be.
I'm gonna go out on a limb right now due to the mythic Harbinger SMG that Marius might also have the Underworld Medallion. It's not very useful for a team situation, but if Marius does end up as a solo, you know how prolific he is in those situations. It could come in handy. Shots coming in as they continue to dash forward, replenishing the Underworld dashes with the River Sticks. And just like that, they are in the front of the zone without using materials. This is amazing for Marius and Sandguild.
Once again, recuperating the dashes. Taze now going to be the one getting the pressure as Marius continuing to rain 462 shots. With that SMG is now even some rifts coming through. It's Thomas HD Queasy, though, who are looking incredibly healthy. Almost 900 damage above. But still, looking at their surroundings, seeing if there's any opportunities close by. It's Irezumi that's caught in the action. But as the rotate has to come through, I'm not sure how much longer this aggression is going to continue.
Yeah, I say we'll get tricky there. Rift Island is going to be in the picture. A couple teams up there. Volko and Vortexers again playing their cards. Zandy going to be right on top. And this is the thing. Even though Zandy and his teammate might not necessarily know where the next zone is, if they have spotted out and followed Volko and Vortexers, they might have some sort of a clue to figure out this might be the team to lead us to the promised land, but you can only stay so close. They also need to get them out of the way because zone is pushing off of Rift Island. So last to use that jump pad will be the advantageous position.
Non-stop pressure from Zandy, looking to see if they can force them off the island as Caden Diox now getting ahead of zone, but be careful where you box up. It's another duo with the wall. Quick edit, quick elim as Diox now is left alone.
Yeah, getting a little caught off guard. Sometimes that happens here in these end games where there's so much going down. Marius, a little bit of elevation, looking down, looking back, the awareness. He's trying to keep it at an all-time high as he continues to put down damage, which is needed. 23 below the damage threshold. And there's about 10 players that need to go down before it turns off. There's a lot of work need to be done still.
14 below. Flowberry will be coming out once they want to begin the rotate here, but they're just looking for shots. They know how much they're in need currently. They don't want to have to be using their chunk splashes, their minis early. They want to conserve them if it's possible, but if they continue being unable to connect these shots, they might just have to, as now forced to rotate as zone gets closer and closer to their box. But they're still constantly looking at their surroundings. Where's the opening? Where's the shot? Nice connections from Marius, 66 above. Now a bit of freedom, a bit of time to breathe, get ahead of zone. But right as they make it, they need to start getting shots again.
Yeah, perfect plays to stagger themselves just enough, and immediately as they do to get to the front side, but Zandy's duo still at the top of Loot Island, and it has bounced back. They're the only team up there, and they will not be contested just yet as Queasy, Thomas, they're trying to move forward, stay ahead of the zone, but give themselves opportunities to look back when they present themselves. Push back in the zone. They have already built their tunnel and a path that they can use that very little people can contest.
Zone finally pulling away from the Rift Island. Going to be forcing the players down as Vico and Pink pick up a quick one on the edge of zone, now up to 4. As they've got a nice safe rotate, actually. You'd think they're second high, but with Rift Island height, it's all the way in the stars right now as Queasy has been knocked down. It's Thomas HD now.
Legendary Banana, that's going to help him in terms of the heals. He did pick up the Mount Olympus medallion as well. It's going to get him some speed, a little bit of boost on the jumps, negate a little bit of that fall damage. But the bananas, he's using them as much as he can. Top 11 situation here. He's just trying to skate past everybody else. Top 10, more points in terms of placement, but he's running out of resources in terms of heals. He's going to have to start moving forward. But I think with the zone pushing back, that gives him a couple extra inches in terms of where he needs to be.
A bit of time. Marius, Sangild, still both players up, still healthy after they were able to get that damage. Now with another knock. 4 splashes in hand, still have flowberries, still have ammunition, even materials. They've got it all. Duo partner as well. They can't take any huge risks here. They just want to survive as long as possible, as Zandy has actually chosen to just tarp out directly from the Rift Island, and now it's even pulled back as Thomas still alone takes some shots on Volko, gets the knock, turns it into a 1 versus 1 against Vortexers. But can he close it out? Finish comes through. Another player, though, in the action, taking out Thomas HD.
Not giving him a chance to use the bananas, the rest of the resources he has left. But Marius passing on over the heals. Even though he is going to play Disruptor, Sangild might try to heal off whatever he has left. Remember the Underworld medallion. That'll get siphoned as Andy dashes his way back towards the zone. Legendary banana popped. He just needs time to get the HP back on up. But Marius is now on the hunt for eliminations. And a big shot, but the siphon goes through. The siphon back to back from Marius. He's staying alive on the low ground. The legendary banana, Marius is making an impact.
He is not done yet. Banana dropped for his duo partner. He said, I'm going to disrupt. You heal off. Takes a shot onto Pink. It's enough to crack him, but not enough for the elim, as Sangild now has that extra banana that has been dropped from his duo partner alongside the splashes. But is it enough as the heal off is coming through?
Romanian has been almost uncontested at the top of Rift Island throughout these last couple of zones. As Sangild trying to go for the finish. He thinks it's over, but it's not. Pink goes down, but Romanian is still alive, and he's dashing forward. He's dashing to safety. He makes it happen. Almost uncontested the last couple of zones. He takes that opportunity and runs with it.
From the Rift Island, staying in the clouds throughout the whole endgame, basically just letting the players battle down below. Zandy in the last moments dropping down to try and cause disruption, but his duo partner up top healing off, playing it slow, and taking the clean victory royale.
And look at that angle right there. He's off of Rift Island. He's watching everything happen. Dashes towards the action just in case, but Sangild wasn't able to hold on. He goes down. Huge win for Andy and his duo, and that's definitely going to move him up the leaderboards. But what do those leaderboards look like? Well, let's throw it on over to Frankie and our analyst to find out.
I think at the end of that game, we are going to see quite a lot of duos move further up the leaderboard because so many eliminations are under the belts of those final duos. I have to say, amazing to see Vico and Pink doing so well, but we've got to start with our winners, 11-2K, Zandy, and the player I'm calling Romanian Turtle.
Yeah, Romanian Mafia in-game is his name, but he's known as Turtle, an up-and-coming Romanian talent who has decided to pair up with the most veteran, most well-known Romanian player we've had in the scene, Zandy, and they're looking pretty good. I mean, that Endgame did play very favorably for their mini-mine, I think we'd say. We don't get to see these types of zones often, but they just sat on the islands, the whole sort of moving zones, and nobody could really do anything about it, and it sort of put them in a really good spot towards the end there. But I mean, the rest of the players in the lobby definitely made it close.
Yeah, it was lucky for them that Ireland got into that end zone, and of course it saved them so many materials. They were able to heal up there as well, but they had to make the play themselves. You saw them rifting up there at the front side of the zone. They had to get there. They had to make that play. So you saw the experience of Ziandi there. We talked so highly of him previously, to come back to the game and try to grind again with an up-and-coming player, as you mentioned, Levin. It's nice to see those plays really being made and not just sitting back and letting all the other teams make those decisions. So nice stuff from this duo, of course, as you mentioned, up on the island. It's going to be a little bit easier from there. You can save materials. You can get all the heals that are there as well. They just tarped over like they were on height, which they were for that end game. So for the teams down low, it made things a little bit more difficult. There was no real high ground takes or anything. So for them, nicely played.
We've got to talk about Marius and Sangild as well. So many eliminations to their name, definitely racking up loads of points. I believe that they may even have had a medallion under their belt. They definitely did have some kind of medallion, because I think they had the Zeus medallion, in fact, I should say, Mini Miner.
I think it was the Siphon medallion that Marius had, because whenever he gets those eliminations, he's getting that Siphon. You can see it right there on that elimination from Luna, and that's exactly what Marius is sort of known for at the moment. He's known for high eliminations. He's known for landing over there at the Underworld, claiming that Siphon medallion, which just allows him to keep that momentum, keep that control throughout these endgames, Levin. It just gives him the freedom just to do what he does best, and that's just completely frag out.
I mean, I used to be the guy that was known for just hyping up like EU players, and more specifically UK players. I might just become like the Danish guy. Sorry's rule, step out of the way. Like, I am now repping Denmark for life, because these Danish players are just putting on a show. Last game it was Fredoxy. This game Marius was really strutting his stuff. And I mean, the fact that they were able to get second there was just super impressive. I mean, at points in that endgame I thought, oh, okay, look, this is going to be a bit of a stretch here, right? Like, if Marius is going to really show that he deserves all the hype he's been getting on TikTok and all social media right now, he's going to have to put in a really good performance. And he did. And yeah, the Siphon coin obviously coming in clutch. Like, he doesn't survive those situations without Siphon, right? And so it definitely came in huge. Sangild, even at the end there, I thought Sangild, okay, third place is going to be enough. He doesn't have any heal off. Takes out Pink. These guys on a roll, man. They got serious momentum right now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how well they can do. I think we're ready to look at the leaderboard now and see how far those eliminations have got them. And as you can see, shooting up that leaderboard, Sangild and Marius, even though they didn't get the victory royale, Mini Miner, they had definitely got themselves into a very favourable position.
Yeah, nice game from those guys, of course, as well. In there, in 6th place, it's Vico and Pink as well, who've had a very hot and cold day so far. 3rd place, game number 1 for them, 45th in game number 2, and of course they're coming in 3rd place. What a fantastic game from them. We hadn't seen them before, I don't believe, so it was a nice way to see these guys, how they're playing in the end game. And this duo have always had potential, Levin. They've always had the right ingredients to perform, and it's nice to see them doing it now. Hopefully that can continue for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I'm really high on this duo, man. I really think these guys have the potential to be an FNCS winning duo. It's just a matter of, you know, the right things falling in line for them. Whether that will be this season or not, it's left to be seen. But if this game is a sign of what's to come, it's very hopeful. Moments like these, right? They're just so composed ahead of everybody else in the end game, right? Set teams up well for refreshes, and Vico and Pink are always going to be, you know, a team that has plenty of firepower at their disposal. But, you know, I think part of the evolution of this team is that they have all the firepower, but they're very disciplined, right? Vico used to be this sort of unchained fragger who really sort of wouldn't always make the best decisions. Now sort of Pink's reined him in a bit more control, and so they will just continue to consistently make it to these end games. Again, about delivering a bit more there. Pink maybe will be let down a bit by the fact that he didn't quite, you know, pick up Sangild at the end and get a 2nd place, but they're still looking good overall.
They're looking incredibly good, especially as this is only our first qualifying weekend of the major. And the way that they're playing so far, it seems like semi-finals are an inevitability for these boys at this rate. I can't wait actually to see that semi-finals format come back, where that victory royale is a golden ticket, because I have a feeling that Vico and Pink are going to be very good for snatching that free pass to the finals. But that obviously is in quite a few weeks' time. We've got to still talk about what's happening in the lobbies today. And Thomas HD is very much happening, Levin.
I mean, again, it's just the Danish players just putting on a show. I mean, it's getting tired sort of bigging these guys up now, man. Look, they have absolutely got to all put their respect. Fredoxy, Marius, all these guys, they got to put respect on the OG. When you talk about Danish players, there is one man, and that man is Thomas HD. And in this endgame here, look, Queasy goes down. He sort of drops that sort of a medallion for him, right? The one you get from the Zeus one, the one you get from Mount Olympus. And you know, Thomas HG proceeds to sort of just keep himself ticking in the end game a bit longer again than you would have expected a solo 2. Queasy did well to lead him up to that point, right? But this is where he went down. Yeah, he goes down here, drops him the coin and says, look, take some loot, take the coin and cook. And that is exactly what Thomas HG will do. This situation here, Vortexus just didn't see it coming. Unfortunately, gets taken out there, got a bit overwhelmed, a bit of an overheat, but still, Thomas HD, man, what a player he is.
Yeah, what I liked about
Mine
Thomas
was-
right there was just to say it quickly, was actually just his like ability to stay composed in that moment,
Yeah.
right? Just the heals. He had the bananas, he had 4 bananas, he had all those splashes. A lot of players were just going, right, okay, I've got this medallion, I can easily make it into zone, I can quickly get there and save all of these heals. But he thought, right, you know what, I'm actually gonna use them, invest them to make sure that I can get into zone and keep these materials going. And that's what Thomas HD does. He's got that experience, he's got that ability, and we know what he can do when he gets in those solo situations. Not quite to the extreme of we're used to seeing in that particular game, but nice game from them nevertheless.
Yeah, nice game for Queasy as well. 5 eliminations. Boys, do you know any Polish?
No.
Tiny bit. Dzień dobry.
Come on, give me your best Polish, Levin.
Yeah, I gave you it. Dzień dobry.
Polska
Dzień
Góra.
dobry.
Yeah.
Dziękuję, Polska Gurum. Let's head over to Cami and Seti if you hadn't guessed what I was trying to do there.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could follow that up with any Polish for myself, but we do got the Polish powerhouses, Cami and Seti, to grace us here today. And I will say, Takata, before we kind of watch anything that's going on, Cami, Seti are kind of known for a little bit of a slow start in some of these tournaments. It's usually toward the second half they begin to pick things up, and we're now inching into the second half of the day.
Starting off slow, but staying consistent is what we like to see from this duo. The Polish Panthers, as Adam would like to call them. Currently, like you said, taking more of an uncongested rotate around the edge of the zone, as they already have 2 elims to their names. They've done a bit of damage. They've gotten a good amount of loot, and now they just kind of want to make it to zone, get based up, and maybe even take some shots with the players who are also rotating in these angles. But so far, nothing too risky for Tayson, though, and Venno. Closer to the Rift Island. Much more of a popular location, but as zone has pulled far away, all the players as well are starting to rotate away. So far, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, nothing too exciting so far. You see them just trying to look together, see. Oh, about to say anybody else looking to use a rift, but he gets sniped before that's a possibility. And just the aim with the Thunderburst. Tayson and Venno just strike again. I feel like that duo had no idea what was hitting them, what came coming. I just have no idea.
I think they still don't know what just hit them. Like they're like, what just happened? Both players taken out in an instant headshot snipe from the laser, while his partner, I mean, he was just trying to zip line up. Didn't have to do him like that. Come on, Venno. Both SMGs. Looked like another snipe shot hit him. This Bimbo inside of the bush, looking to see if it's gonna open up any opportunities. Can conserve materials by not building your little base. Can surprise some opponents, but when you're in this tier of lobbies, nobody's running into a bush unchecked. They will take shots at it. They will make sure that it's clear, even when they're rotating past it. But it doesn't hurt to stay in one. It's a bit relaxing, you know?
They just have to be careful because although they do have the zone pretty open on their side of the map, it won't 50-50 all the way up there towards Rebels Roost. So a lot of their options are being cut out, and they could potentially position themselves with a max zone pool, but only time will tell. Psycho Cool and Voltiax, not too far of a rotation for them, but just like everybody else nearby, there is so many players getting stacked up on this side of the zone. It is going to start to become congested. So you start to wonder, is it worth it to take some sword damage, go around everybody else, try to get in front if you do have the heals, or do you just try to want to brute force your way through? Decisions for a lot of these teams, especially considering Storm Surge has been playing a huge role in today's games.
Nako, Kire representing Spain here. Currently, I believe, top 7, top 8 on the leaderboard. Not doing too bad so far in the first qualifier. Can they maintain it, though? As they've also opted to rotate into a bush here. Edge of zone, though. They need to keep going. Looks like they were kind of planning their rotate, looking around, seeing what options they have, as now, as the shots came through, forced to place that metal brick builds, and now going to stay here and be the ones taking shot on the other players that are rotating on in.
Just a kind of a tough position with everybody kind of congested on this side, and then whether you're 10 above or just below altogether, you know you're not necessarily feeling comfortable, and you have to start being proactive of where you're going to get the shots at. And you see them looking towards the backside of the zone. Now they're looking towards the front, seeing if anybody is trying to pass them up on this next rotation. And this is the moment right here. You start to get a little nervous now that they have fallen and continue to fall below that damage threshold.
What can they do to get out of this situation? They're a bit elevated, but to be fair, inside the forest here, there's so many trees, there's so much kind of natural environmental blocks where they can't really get that much vision on their opponents in the surrounding areas. So they're just going to choose for a straight-on box fight. They don't need to get eliminations from this. Just a few shots, one big pump could be what they need, and they get it. But with that advantage, they might be hungry for more. Gets the knock now inside of the opponent's box, but Waze is going to get knocked as well now. Both duos left as a solo. They might be able to pick up their duo partners, but with the third parties coming through, the shots, the pressure being applied, it's going to be incredibly difficult. 1 HP. Can he make it out of here?
Wow. Storm literally forcing him inward, and that was just a tough situation. They're trading shots back and forth, getting each other low. But then everybody else around him hears all that commotion going on, and they begin to spray in that direction, making what could have been a dream for some into a nightmare. Now they're forced to kind of scrounge together. A lot of the materials being expended. And you see half of Flowberry Fizzes on each one of those. So a lot of the charge is already going out the window before the rotation even comes in.
Waze got picked up, though. Duo partner was brought back into the match, although not with a lot of HP to work with. Hopefully they have some medkits or something in hand that they can use. Nathan CZB, on the other hand, no pressure at all. 375 above. Good loot. Can't even replenish those dashes that they're going to quickly use here to get into zone. Zipline to get up. Is that the play they want to do? No.
I will say, I like how Nathan and CZB has started the day. You know, they have a huge VR, 8 elims, second game of the day, 7th place, 3 elims. They are finding themselves and finding some consistency in these games, but it's still the early start of the day. Things could get better. Things could fall down just a little bit. I mean, look at Cammy. Last time we saw them, him and Seti were looking strong, rotating around, and now he's stuck as a solo. I would say luckily for him, he does have a lot of material, a lot of resources in his back pocket, and he's pulled very, very closely into this next zone. So even though it does look tough for him, things are working out, but it looks tougher on the other side. Veno's down, Tayson being pressured. It does look like some of those shots might be bleeding through, and it's just going to be tough to see if he can survive all that onslaught.
2 Titan duos now with no duo partner. Tayson left as a solo. Cammy as well has lost Seti. Forced to see what they can clutch up. Good news is, I believe they have pulled zone, so they do not have to make much of a rotate here, although Tayson doesn't even have to do damage. 924 above. Even with Veno being eliminated, you can just see how dominant they've been throughout this match. But with so much placement to be achieved here, with 22 duos still up, 42 players, there's a long way for Tayson to go in this match.
And only about 6 players do need to go down in this zone, but it's going to go jump to 10 right after. So Tayson, it's all about just surviving. You said it yourself, almost 1,000 damage above the threshold. It's all about just jumping from one box to the next, essentially. Finding safety where you can, as Cammy. 141, not as comfortable as Tayson is, but he still does a good job of using that to his advantage, especially that he is a solo. He doesn't have to wait for Seti. He doesn't have to time it right. He goes when he feels comfortable, and so far it's working out for him and Tayson.
Yeah, great position, to be fair. It all depends, though, where this zone pulls, because there's so much elevation on both the east and west side here, and it looks like it even might pull a little south, so you can still play in the river, even with this upcoming zone. But if it ends up pulling fully east and you're in the river, it's going to be an incredibly difficult rotate, as you'll have to climb that whole mountain that you can see here, the whole ridge. So it's that decision you have to make. As a solo, it could be possible, especially with the dashes. But for the duos already based up there, it might just be safer to stay on top.
Yeah, this next rotation is going to be telling for a lot of teams, whether you're above the threshold or not. With a lot of dashes and a lot of players needing to go down, it is going to give opportunity for a lot of chaos to ensue as Voltiax and Psycho, they immediately push forward, take some of that high ground. But the question I ask, is it too soon? They got a couple zones to go and a lot of opportunity for players to dash up and contest it.
Only one banana in hand. As now they're kind of deciding, you know, what should we do? We're so high up. Flowberry popped, trying to get ahead here to rebuild on up. As Tayson now rotating along the edge of zone. It's dangerous though. He has picked up an Elim, but there's so many duos close by, so many players battling, and still with 93 builds, he doesn't want to take any risks.
Yeah, doesn't really need to either. 756, does have the bananas, can stagger himself, instant HP plus HP gain. Huge elimination for Cammy. Even though he's in zone, he gets a good amount of heals, but focus, that's Arcadian on the backside, getting the elimination and stealing together those heals, but Tayson still finding a way, tooth and nail, all the grit to stay ahead of the zone and get these placement points, because remember when Venom went down, nobody was granted anything.
Banana plus Flowberry, good rotation combo, but if you're in the air for too long, it opens up that opportunity for your opponent to take shots. As high ground has been overthrown. All the players now trying to scale up as the zone did pull back east. No more River of Sticks for those dashes unless you have that medallion.
Very, very little resource in terms of ways to gain HP and shield for Tayson. Running out of build as well, about 200. That's enough for him to work with, but also knows he has to try to find something. Peeks towards the left, lands a couple shots, but nothing that gives him the confidence to continue moving forward. But the zone pulls back yet again. Another blessing for Tayson to continue to try to stay alive.
33 builds. He's getting closer and closer to needing that impact, needing that elimination. Nathan, though, connecting nice shots, but his duo partner's up. He wants to tarp it, make sure he can get regrouped at CZB. He's back now, ahead of the zone. They can just look back here, maybe even find some free pickings. As players start running out of materials, opportunities start opening up, and for Tayson, he's going to capitalize on that. Now back to 30 builds, but only 12 HP. He's just one shot away from getting eliminated.
Yeah, at least he got elimination points, placement points by taking down the full team. And now he has to really dig deep to figure out what he's going to do next. Another team going down, top 11, pushing forward. Nice shot towards the backside. Cobra is going to get knocked, but it's in the zone. Tayson cannot pick up any of that loot, so he has to continue pushing forward with nothing.
Still getting a good amount of elims. These points are massive for Tayson, already at 112, which is 2 takes away from being eliminated to Storm. He's forced back up a layer, 3 builds now. Pressure is on, 1 build now, 0 builds. He needs to make something happen.
Yeah, he was almost second height. He became the focus. He can't even pause here to use the Flowberry Fizz and get shield. It's from one fight to the next, and it's Nathan and CZB who take him down as soon as he reaches the low ground. And Nathan and CZB could be the first team on the day to have 2 victory royales in this qualifier.
It's going to be difficult, though. The high ground team could have heals. I have not seen their inventory yet. If they have enough med kits to play it, it could be what grants them that win. As Nathan now continuing to top ahead. They do have 28 builds. They do have the Flowberry Fizz. Are they going to go for the aggression? Are they going to play it slow? There's just 3 duos up, 5 players. Can they hold on?
Yeah, they cannot let this go to heal off, though. That's going to be the biggest thing. They have no HP in their inventory if it does come down to it. And this is where disruption starts. One opponent's going to go down. He drops into the palm of his hand. CZB strikes. Back-to-back eliminations. 2v1 situation, though, with no heals. They're trying to chop everything down before he goes to the backside of the zone for the heal off. No success just yet. His opponent has just been able to escape. Down goes Nathan. Down goes CZB. No 2 victory royales for you as it gets snatched away.
Vitorid up top on the high ground with the med kit in hand. Didn't have to take a single shot at his opponent. It's just ran away on back. Used the med kit, got the heal off, and got the VR. Easy way to close it out.
Yeah, only time will tell what that does to the leaderboard, because again, there's already 1 win on CZB and Nathan. Even though they got second, they're going to move up. You can see Vitorid at the backside, he had more than enough heals because of the fact that he had high ground for so long. He was able to pass everybody up and save those to the perfect moment. But another game down, another game out. Let's throw it on over to our analyst desk to break everything down.
Thank you very much, boys. And we saw Fatoid and his partner just heading for that high ground. As soon as that zone pulled away from the river, I was slightly chanting boo at my desk because I just wanted to see everyone dashing about the place. But kudos to him for taking that one. I have to say, I was watching that and thinking to myself, Nathan, you know, if you were in a trio and Archie was with you still, then maybe this would have been your victory royale. What do you think, Levin?
No comment. Let's leave Archie out of this one. Yeah, let's give credit to Nathan and CZB where it's due. They've been super consistent today, and I feel like in general the past couple of NCSs, like they always seem to cook up something, make their way into grand finals, and have a couple shock performances here. But yeah, of course the winners in that game holding on to height super well.
Yeah, they did. And of course, I mean, Archie's in the finals today. So if you want to see Archie, Frankie, then maybe we'll see him at some point during the day. But yeah, nice high ground win. Pretty typical stuff, you know, getting the heals there, of course, holding on to hype for so long. Nathan and CZB, although they had a lot of eliminations down there, were very consistent on that mid ground to low ground layer. They just couldn't find those heals, right? They couldn't find those refreshes with the heals. So didn't quite work out for those guys in the end. But pretty solid stuff on high.
Yeah. Also pretty solid stuff, we have to say, for Tayson as well, because the way that he was solo trying to clutch that one out was quite impressive. But we've got to talk about the winners as we're seeing them right now. Mr. Cow just moving around that final zone like an absolute pro, as he is, Levin.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to know how to speak that language, but I will say...
Say moo! That's how you speak, Cow.
He sort of did the job you expect everyone to do, right? In terms of just dropping down as that fragger, try and stop anybody from having any heal off potential. They all sort of did the work for him, really, because they didn't have any heals anyway. But, you know, job complete, and they move into the next game.
And Tayson, as I just mentioned, doing so well to get as far a placement as he could. I think he maybe made it to 6th or 7th in that particular lobby. Managed to get himself a couple of eliminations along the way, Mini Miner, as a solo.
Yeah, I mean, to solo clutching this early on is such a feat. And I know a lot of people would have expected it to be Venno was the one that would be solo clutching in the situation. But no, let's put some respect on Tayson's name. Throughout this entire endgame, I know, Levin, you were thinking the same. There were so many moments for us. It's like, he's done. Like, that's it. There's no chance he's going to get a refresh here. Look at it. It was this moment here. 12 HP, no chance of refresh, no chance of eliminations, and he just kept proving us wrong, Levin.
I mean, it was just sad when he gets the one here. He can't even go get it because he takes any damage to Storm. He's a goner. And then he exits the box, and there's one just sitting there for him. I'm like, the luck on this man. I mean, honestly, though, really, really good player. Of course, you mentioned, right, you know, people expect Venno usually being the one to solo clutch. People sometimes, you know, forget that a lot of Tayson's FNCS wins have come from solo competitions. He is one of the best solo players of all time. And, you know, sometimes he does like to show us what he can do when it comes to that. But look at who's in first place on the leaderboards right now. CZB and Nathan after that second place. Again, they've been really consistent today. That was a really big game for them.
I was about to say, we've just seen them in this top 10 the entire broadcast so far. And Nathan is just going from strength to strength. It feels like every lobby we see him in, Mini Miner.
Yeah, really nice from this duo. They had a first in their first game, 7th in their second, and now a second in this game. They just seem to have the low ground chemistry, the mid ground chemistry just on lock. They seem to be performing very well as a duo. We've seen these guys performing in the past as well. They're not a brand new duo that we're used to seeing. Look at that for CZB. He knew it was over for him, but it was still a good, solid performance from those guys. And of course, rightly so, being in the first place position, getting some eliminations there as well to go along with it. Just a solid, well-played game so far. And it's quite difficult to find that consistency when you're in the ever-changing lobby, I think, as well, Levin, because you just never know who you're going to get with.
Yeah, but these guys seem to find it. Of course, looking at some of the players who, again, are sort of in good spots right now, like Vico and Pink still doing well, Andalex and Sato in 19th there, an interesting one, right? They're one of the few French teams of late who have really looked like they are sort of, you know, going from strength to strength, and they recently got signed to Valiant. So you see the Valiant in front of their names. Congratulations to those guys.
Look at that, Mr. Savage.
Yeah, I was about to say, Mini Miner.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both just looked at it at the same time. Our eyes lit up. It's like, they're inside the top 30. And I'm excited about this duo because a lot of people would have written them off. You know, they would have been like, yeah, okay, they had their moment in the grand finals last season. I know I certainly didn't expect them to make the grand finals last season, and even less so this season. I was like, yeah, surely not. They can't do it again. But yet again, they're proving us wrong. They're proving me wrong. They're proving a lot of people wrong, I'm sure, as well, by just consistently putting up performances that we just don't expect. A lot of that's down to Mr. Savage. He's playing incredibly at the moment, and Mongrel is there too. So it's going to be a great one to watch this season, I'm sure.
I mean, Mini Minor, it's Mr. Savage. There are so many believers out there, and hopefully their beliefs will be well-founded. We're going to jump back into the lobby right now because there's a duo we haven't had time to talk about so far. So let's see what's going on with Jacob and Takata.
That's right, Frankie. We're right back with Vidil and Resin. And it looks like they might have just cleaned up a quick engagement here, Jacob. Curious to see if they were able to pick up some elims. 2 on the board. It's Vidil who got them. That's a good way to start it off.
Not perfect way to start it off. And look at the rewards for their efforts. There's 9 bunkers that do potentially spawn on the map, but it's 6 that actually get activated, and it's around this 3rd zone. You start to hear this alarm sound off, and it's not about 115, 110 that you can actually access these vaults, and they're all ready to go in. Not only you get a plethora of actual loot, you get gold, and there's one of those mod benches. The only place to get those mod benches is in these bunkers, so now they have so many options to work with in terms of picking the perfect loadout for them.
This is a huge start, honestly. With the 2 elims, the bunker, you said it yourself. Not even too many duos close by. Now the freedom to kind of choose how they want to pick their rotate here. It's only 3rd zone, so they have a lot of time to kind of plan it out. Even see if they want to pick a path where you can get more damage from afar, as they're not going to be forced to take those risky engagements so early on. We were talking about them as well. Mongrel, Mr. Savage. They've been performing very well so far in 29th place, 114 points. I mean, we talked about it earlier on. To have a good shot of qualifying to the semis at least, I believe you just needed around 120, maybe 130 points. And with that, you will not have to do too much work in the next qualifier. So definitely a strong start for this duo.
And if you guys are at home wondering who is who, 009 is going to be Mongrel. User is going to be Savage, just in case you're watching a lot of these plays and you're wondering who just made such a magnificent call. Now we can differentiate. And you already know who didn't make a good call there. A little bit of fall damage. Never really hurt anybody unless you're Floki. But luckily for them, the only team that is nearby is the one that is already concerned with the forecast tower. So not too much loss there. You keep your shields. Might have to use some heals, but not too much of a worry since they didn't go down altogether.
Could have been a lot worse. It could definitely have been worse. Trulex Chicho. I mean, they're looking good too. Not in zone, but it's not like they need to be right now. Also 2 elims, just like Vidil and Resin. They are closer to Lavish though, so a lot more up north here. As they make their way in. So far, it's kind of like a little bit more peaceful for the players that have gotten those initial engagements off their contested drop spot if they were contested. Already looted up, and now it's just kind of setting up for the more mid-game section here.
Quite an easy rotation as well. You know, see him in the zone. It's easy to get worrisome for a team like this. But as you see, it's a free rotation. Legendary bananas. You got to imagine what other heals they do have in their inventory. So it's not too worrisome just yet. Maybe when we get later in the game, 11th zone, we'll kind of look back at a moment like this to see how much damage did they take to Storm if it does go down to a heal off. Then we'll be singing a little bit of a different song and dance.
Pixel. Waiting to see here. Zone actually has pulled quite close to them, so they will not have to rotate too far at all. For Strokey, though, looks like he's got an interesting situation here. What's gone wrong here, Jacob? Looks like a player is hiding. Will they be able to find them? Raban for Strokey. They know he's close by. They hear the footsteps. They hear him running. They are in the zone, but it's not a problem with the 2 versus 1. No big mistakes, and it should be all right here. As now, right-hand peek for the opponent. Needs to find a different angle. The chase continues. No shots landed yet. No connections. This could go terribly wrong, though. As for Strokey's lost his duo partner, Ravon has been knocked. Now it's a 1 versus 1. What has gone wrong, Jacob?
Yeah, it just looks like they are just getting too aggressive, trying to use their strength and numbers of a different way, but the longer they stay in the zone, their HP is going down. It makes them susceptible to one-shot opportunities right now. And with a 2v1 that's now turned into a 1v1, it's forcing Fast Roki to use a ton of those heal early as a solo, but he's still not backing down. Great way to trade shots and still hold confident and to hold true in a situation like this.
You know there's no time to pick up his teammate, so he's looking for the aggression. He might just have to go for that Elib. He's telling his opponent, go to zone, let me pick up my duo partner, but he's saying, no, no, no. You wanted to take this fight. We're battling to the end. Fastroki needs to just play aggressive here. He does have enough medkits to out-heal him, though. Kurama has 1, but Fastroki has 3, so if his ultimate game plan is just wait until he can pick up his duo partner, it's just going to be so difficult. It's going to use so much time. I don't know if it's the right play. Now dropped down to 17 HP. Raban as well, about to get taken out. They get 1v2, Jacob.
A 1v2 situation. That is just huge, because now imagine the confidence. He turned it around. He has the heals, the Flowberry Fizz, and that was the shot that started it off. A monster shot on the Roban, and the fact that he was able to stay alive. He was just slipping through every nook and cranny. Finally gets the piece control and sends Fast Roki and Roban back to the next lobby to queue up for another game.
Absolute tragedy for the duo as we swap over to Rift Island. Griff swaps one of the Maddie duos here. As a reminder, there are rifts below the island that will appear that players can use to rotate. There's a flag to capture up top here alongside some launch pads you can also use. And it looks like there's 2 duos that were kind of put head to head up top. As Yarko.
Oh no.
Ooh, was he?
He's trying to
go down. He did. Swaps. Taking himself out to fall damage, unable to waterfall down the rift. That is not a way you want to go down, Jacob.
Yeah, that was big by Darkies, I do believe it was, as he was trying to waterfall down. You can see that some of the builds get tagged up. You see the Flowberry Fizz, and it's just not going to be enough. Even shots just going through those builds. That's what you get for using wood instead of brick or metal to try to shield and hold through against some of those shots.
We'll see what's his duo's going to be able to do now, though. As he's been forced into an even more difficult situation. He will be able to pop the rift, but there's going to be a lot of players kind of looking around now. I don't know if he's going to try and fly away, if he's going to hide. Yeah, he's going to try and hide on the Rift Island. It's the better play here to not get lasered by the other players in the surroundings, but has he picked a good enough spot? Jacob's the question. Will we see another 1 versus 2? Vadil on the feed taking 1 out as well. We can see what it was. Resin 0 on the board. Vadil 3 now. Both players eliminated. That's 4 for the duo. Inside a zone by the Grand Glacier.
This is a team, you know, you think back towards Major 1. I know it gets overshadowed by how close of a race it was between Malibuca, Mustache, and Queasy and Thomas. But Reason and Vadil were in contention throughout the majority, I do believe, of day 1. Things slipped through their fingers with the point differential in the day 2 format, and they weren't able to remain consistent, but they have showed the blueprint. They've showed what they're capable of, and if they can continue to channel that, some momentum, and then obviously rework some of the things that went wrong, we can continue to see them at the top of the leaderboard. And Takata, we were talking about it to really start the day of a certain threshold you need to get through here in week 1 to give yourself some flexibility and comfortability for week 2, knowing you at least have some sort of a spot secured in the semifinals.
Right. I believe it was around 115, 120 points. We talked about it earlier on. 130 points is what it was. So if you're able to secure that, it should not be too difficult for you in the second qualifier. So a lot of these players are getting closer and closer to that threshold. And Alexado being one of them. And with the positioning they have already, opportunity to go even deeper into zone when it starts closing. This could be a big match.
I definitely could. And, you know, Andalex and Sado are one of the few teams so far in this round to have multiple double-digit elimination point games. They were almost able to close out one with a 2nd place. The other one, not so well, though, with the 18th. Overall, I feel like they have 128 points, 30-second give or take, because obviously there's so many lobbies going on. They positioned themselves well on the leaderboard, but I guarantee you, after their performance in the last FNCS Major 1, that's not where they want to be. They feel like they deserve to be at the top of the leaderboard. They just have to prove it here with the rest of the game and the rest of the time they have left.
All that's left is to do it. Vortexia. Edit's coming through with his duo partner. Is that a sniper or a DMR in hand? It's a DMR. As they're seeing what they can get. They do have 0 elimination, so they could use a bit of damage. We'll see how below or above they are. It's 3 above. So they definitely need to get some tags here. I believe we talked about it earlier on, Jacob. The Storm Surge threshold has been appearing, I believe, 7th zone with around 430 damage being the requirement. Will they be able to hold on to it, though? As they're still 51 below.
Yeah, 51 is not a terrifying number by any means, but it's definitely tough in a situation like this. There's other players on the other side putting shots in that direction, even though they're not necessarily aimed at Vortexia. They're still going through the builds, and just like that, that's Lazen, who lands a couple of good laser shots. The Mythic Gatekeeper making its way through, and no other way but to go forward, and he makes it work, picking up not 1, but 2 more eliminations, getting all that resource. And because Skyjump is still alive, I don't want to curse it, but I have a chance to get him back. Well, that one goes out the window, and it wasn't my fault either, Takada.
Don't know about that one, Jacob, but 5 elims on the board now. 1,000 above. Let's see what just happened. Even had shots coming from behind, but was still able to come out on top. What are these solos doing, Jacob? The amount of 1v2s we're seeing. This game is getting intense, as now that's left is to close it out. We saw Tayson pop off in the last match as a solo. Leazen now has everything he needs to do the same in terms of loot and materials, even damage. All that's left is to do it.
I know he had help from his duo, probably getting some of those eliminations, but since he got the eliminations, this is a game right here where Lazen, in theory, can score every single point for his team. He has a couple so far because of those eliminations, but he needs at least one team to go down for those placements to start to set in, as Chari and Geras. They take the high launch pad on top of the mountain, and now they can pick the perfect spot in which they want to base up, keeping elevation underneath their control.
Shots continuing to be put onto Cherry and Gyros here, but not going to be enough to scare them, as Gyros continues just to look for shots. Mongol, Mr. Savage as well, boxed up close to everybody else here. So many big names. Trulex, Chicho, Mongol, Savage. I believe I even saw Vadil and Resin there. So many players boxed up close to each other. As the duo here swaps and Griff, they're 237 below though. Good news is snipers in hand, Jacob. Is he going to connect the shot? You think he can do it?
It's a must. I feel like it's a must. It's not whether can he do it. He must do it. Because remember, Swaps is the one that got eliminated, taking down off of Rift Island. So they're low on Surge. Griff had to spend so much time getting his teammate back. You see there's no build. They're in shambles. But it's Savage, it's Mongrel on the other side that are going to be the targets. They find a way to continue moving back, create some distance, separate themselves. But Griff is still on the hunt. That's the only team in sight they feel they can get their damage on. And finally, just like that, it turns off, but in the next zone, they're going to need another 10 players to go down. So even though they do have a breath of fresh air, they're going to have to be proactive here in another short 10 seconds.
Look, I don't know.
Excuse me.
I don't know how fresh that air is, Jacob. No shields. All they got is that golden ticket with the legendary Reaper sniper rifle. The shots are going to need to hit, as we can see now. The rotate from Mongol Savage will be coming through shortly. They shouldn't have as much as a worry for the amount of damage they need to do, being 335 above. But with just 38 seconds left, we can see what Vadil and Resin have been doing.
Wow. They literally make it look easy. And the way Vidil is just bouncing in and out of those pre-edits, just making sure that they have space just in case the wall gets taken. Very, very impressive. You see everybody trying to rotate towards the front side of the zone, and with the elimination 6 so far, they're 637 damage above the threshold. Allows them flexibility to go to the front side of the zone, but we continue to look at the players that aren't feeling comfortable, that are forced to really make a play and a statement here. But once again, Storm Surge turns off before it's too late, but Swaps with no builds loses his teammate.
Be careful, Swaps, because now he's forced deeper and deeper into the zone. 29 HP as it keeps ticking. Still no heals, still no shields. 15 seconds. He can stay crouched here in the corner. Sniper's reloaded. He needs to land that headshot as the pickaxes come through. It's a duo. Nothing you can really do there.
Yeah, and Alex and Sato, hey, possibly going for a third double-digit Elim game. Who knows? They've already got 3. They got 30 opportunities for more, but the Fizz, they're going to immediately dash to the front side of the zone again, give themselves as much time as possible to go from one rotation to the next and figure out where they need to go as they stagger themselves here, wait for the zone to catch up. But as they do that, you see every player now jumping above them and passing them on the rotation.
Giros Chari staying ahead of the pack, making sure to build up as quickly as possible to possibly connect to this peak, to the previous tower that they have built, and it looks like they've done it. This is massive positioning for the duo, especially if they can continue to take shots from above and maybe even find some heals. This could be huge for the duo, especially if the zone pulls back.
Yeah, big moment. They even chop them down so nobody can contest them. Sato and Alex, another elimination. 4th one in the books. Much needed resource and material as they continue to try to push through every adversity being faced in this match. You see the Fizz coming out. They know the next rotation isn't going to be easy. Just like Mongrel and Savage, they've had 5 games. This is their 6th. Contested, not doing so well. But when they are uncontested, they have moments just like this. They can look brilliant and can look like contenders in the region.
Banana pop through. Mobility has been granted, and now they fly through the skies, landing in zone, still looking incredibly healthy, as they have not been playing too aggressive here. More just focused on rotates, focused on keeping it clean, just like Vidil and Resin. 69 builds, has that Cerebus medallion, so they can trade it back and forth to recuperate those dashes. As another Elim gets put on the board, it's 4 now for Mongrel and Savage.
I'm continuing to use every opportunity uncontested as possible. Once again, reaching the front side of the zone, but push comes to shove. Another team is waiting for an opportunity to jump in the box. They separate Savage and Mongrel. Now Savage is left by himself, staggering, getting damaged by the zone, quickly peeks in for a shot, tries to go around the corner, but the same fate happens. He goes down, but now it's Vidil. Reason, they have a chance at the high ground, and they're trying to chop down Chiri's and Garis to make it a confirmed success.
Giros still up, though. Resin has been cracked as well. They're fighting back. They want to maintain this height. They're so high up. They're getting to the ozone layer. They have to be careful. Good news is Flowberry, though, is going to block that fall damage. They're able to drop back down, connect, and now once again, dominating the clouds is Vidil, continuing to land shots, dropped to 27 HP, no shields, but he has 3 medkits. He has 3 big pots, but he has 0 materials. He cannot cover himself, and that is going to lead to his demise.
Yeah, but he's done so much damage to the high ground team. Gears now left all by himself, scratching together the heals if it does come down to that. And as he does it, that distraction allows for Trulex and Chicho to now overtake that high ground position. They have heal off conditions in their inventory as well. Chari goes down to the backside of the zone. Everything comes crumbling down for them.
Kurama, Werex continuing to get low now. Have they claimed it? It looks like they have. 30 damage shot to their opponent, but with 0 builds, how much does your teammate have? Are you going to be able to keep tarping out, or do they need to find an impact here as Andalex drops down as well? All the players drop to the snow now. Feet getting cold as Kurama continuing to take out more.
Yeah, at least he was able to get one more elimination before going down. Kurama gets another elimination, bringing the team total to 5. Passing up 200 points and giving themselves a moment to breathe on the low ground, heal up as many of those shields as possible because they know the inevitable is about to happen. Somebody will drop down and try to play Disruptor.
3 duos up, 5 total players, as now his duo partner has been taken out. Just 3 little fishies to use to out-heal his opponents. It's not going to be enough as Chicho now just 1 tick away gets dropped as well. Werex still up. Fishy's popped. It's going to be Trulex with the 2 medkits. This looks like he's going to be able to take it. 4 elims for Trulex, 3 for Chicho. Heal up completed. Victory Royale God.
Yeah, all he had in his back pocket was a small fry. You know as well as I do, a small fry just isn't going to be enough when you're hungry for more. Trulex and Chicho, the redemption from last major is real. And that's the thing, Takata, you know as well as I do, when these competitors miss out on an opportunity to play on the grand finals of EU, they don't take it lightly. They hit the lab and they come out swinging in the next major.
Great way to close out the match. I mean, they played it safe. We've seen a lot of heal-offs, but you got to do what is granting those victory royales. Didn't even have to use all the med kits and was still able to take it home.
But games, Takata, we want more games. We're going to throw it on over to Analyst to break this game down and lead us into another.
Well, now I feel a little bit guilty, Jacob, because Jacob wants more games, and now you're stuck with Cerberus, the three-headed dog of the analyst desk. But we'll try to keep you entertained for the next few minutes as we get ready to dive into another lobby. Trulex and Chico, though, they are a duo that we highlighted at the top of the show, did not make the grand finals of Major number 1 mini minor, but now they're here to show that they have adapted to the Season 2 meta, and they ain't going anywhere except the finals.
Yeah, and even last season they were, they had good games, they had good performances individually. So is this a great sign that they're gonna go on and win grand finals? Probably not, realistically. It's a good game for them, though. It's a showcase of what they can do. It's what we've seen from them in the past. It's what we saw a lot of them doing a lot of in globals as well, where they're actually just able to sneak up on high after the high ground teams actually ended up fighting people trying to take high. I think it was actually Vidil and Reason who actually challenged high ground, which ultimately gave them the green light to go there and take it. And as we've seen from these guys in the past, really nicely played, really nice strategy to have those med kits that late on in order to hold them and then of course win the heal off.
Yeah, I've sort of been saying this whole season is that if you go to any EU endgame, right, and get rid of all the names and everything, you can't tell who's in the game. You can actually figure out if Trulex and Chicho are in the game just by looking at medkits in final movements. So Trulex always has 3 medkits. I mean, it's so consistent for these guys. A lot of the time, if they're not playing high, they may be playing early heal or something of the nature, but they're always going to have the medkits. They're always going to be deep in these games, and it's why they are seen as such a threat this season.
If you could have a banana or a med kit, which one are you keeping in your inventory, Levin?
I want both, but when it comes to what do you need it for, right? I think if you're going to be looking for heal off, yeah, you're going to take the med kits. Bananas are very strong though in terms of having the movement, and it can heal you up a bit. But obviously for end game heal offs, like what we just sort of saw there, med kits are going to take priority.
I'd agree. Yeah,
I guess. Yeah, you're not going to be jumping around, are you, if you're healing off mini?
I mean, you can if you want to. You can use the banana and use the med kit at the same time. But yeah, of course, the med or the banana doesn't actually out heal that 10-tick zone. The med kit does to an extent. It keeps you afloat. So yeah, I think I'd definitely be wanting the med kit in that instance. But to take high, to go for that initial positioning, we saw some teams, a lot of teams today using those bananas. We saw Mongrel and Mr. Savage even going try it towards the backside of the zone and then just propelling themselves right the way into the zone in order to have that position to themselves. So yeah, really nicely done from those guys. And of course, the bananas for me would be the one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more legendary banana action later on. Let's talk about Vidil and Reason, though. This is the first lobby that we got to see them in their element. Maybe still slightly getting used to this one, but a good promising display from them, Levin.
I mean, yeah, look, these guys, we know sort of what they're good for, right? In terms of they are going to be a high output team, a high damage output team. And so you give them an inch, they're going to take them out. They can sniff it out wherever it is in the server. And that certainly was the case in this game. Again, a bit unfortunate, right? When it came to trying to sort of play for height there, you saw they were sort of very eager to try go up for it. And it wasn't the smoothest of height takes. And I think that might be a concern for people who are rooting for these guys, Mini, in that, as good as they have shown they can be last major, as good as they've shown in moments in this major, right? Are they both working hard enough to guarantee that they're always going to be on point in those high stake moments?
Yeah, that's the big question about this year, and that's the question that I have as well, particularly with, both players, I suppose. We don't often see them grinding as much as we would have liked, particularly for how good they are. And I think a moment right there kind of highlighted what we might see a little bit this season, where they actually got that dash medallion. They got it from a nice refresh. We saw it right there. I think for a lot of teams, that might give them a sort of false sense of security about how easy it is to take height. They might think, right, okay, we've got the dash, easy height, let's go win the game. They tried it, didn't work out, and ultimately that's what kind of caused their game to crumble. So I think for some teams that do have that dash, it's not all about taking height. That's not the only thing you need to do. That dash can be so useful in those mid to low ground layers as well. So maybe taking height there wasn't the best option. They could have squeezed out a few more placements and something to work on in the future.
Let's take a look at the standings and see where we are about halfway through tonight's action. So I'm curious to see Nathan CZB. Yeah, they are in second because actually Karama and Werex, Levin, even though they haven't got a victory royale to their name, another consistent duo making it pretty far in the game and also taking some names while they do it.
Yeah, man, big ups to Karama. Minnie and I were talking. We both commentated a PlayStation Cup a couple of weeks ago, and Karama was one of the prominent players in that solo cup. So it's good to see him here in the FNCS popping off as well. I mean, these guys have fragging out in that last sort of game we saw. So yeah, really nice stuff from these guys. And of course, CZB and Nathan's still up there as well. And Trulis and Chicha moving in again. One of the few teams today. No, not one of the few. The only team today with 2 victory royales. So sitting comfortably now in that 3rd place slot.
And they actually had back-to-back victory royales as well. I'm just looking at their game history there. Their game 3 was a first with 3 eliminations. And now, of course, we just saw them with that first place with 7 eliminations. So it just seems like they've just turned it up to 11 right now. And that's what they can do. That wasn't even an easy zone for them all the way in that snowy area, of course, landing in the middle of the map for them. Not an easy zone at all for them. Not an easy one to sort of traverse, particularly with the different high ground and changes and the difference change in elevation. So good signs for this duo and deserving of the hype that we gave them at the beginning of the show.
Cast your eyes to number 6 on the leaderboard. That's Andalex and Sato. And if you had a look there, if you had enough time, 33 eliminations. They had 2 games where they got a whopping 11 eliminations. So that's already 22 to their name. And in the last lobby 11, they got 8 eliminations. So maybe they're going down fighting and not always making it to that final end game. But they clearly are showing a statement of intent today.
Absolutely, man. It's funny because in this game in particular, it was Andalex that was really the one that was popping off, right? Fragging out. When typically when you talk about this duo, it's Sato who you're looking at going, wow, this guy is fraggy. But in this lobby, it was Andalex and showing what he can do, man. Andalex, again, is just one of those players who's like a FNCS veteran, right? He's been here so many times, and it's nice to see him playing with that sort of new, fresh talent in France and Sato. And, good to see that they are popping off. They got the good chemistry right now.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they're sort of landing towards that west side of where Cammy lands as well, that Cammy split area. So I think what they've been able to do, they've been able to make that area theirs. They were landing there last season, of course, as well. And particularly in this sort of format, they don't know who's going to be contesting them. And realistically, there's not going to be that many teams contesting them. It seems like there's only 2 potentially teams that are going to be contesting them in this entire 250-team format. So that's why they're getting heavy on the eliminations. They're trying to go for those refreshes earlier on in the game. They're making sure that they can use their fighting ability as early as possible because they're not going to be able to get as many surge tags at that particular drop spot. They're not going to be contested as much either. So I'm excited to see what they can do. I'm excited to see if that can continue throughout the rest of today. And of course, even going into the set lobbies, how that's going to change the dynamics with that duo.
I find it so interesting looking at the standings with this multi-lobby format, boys, because actually as we go down the standings, as we move towards the top 50, you still see quite a lot of duos who do have victory royales. They just don't have the consistency, I guess. I don't know if that's because they're taking risks or they're definitely not getting lucky because it's so incredibly difficult to get a victory royale. But for example, we just saw Fredoxy and Trippin, they're only just inside the top 50 despite getting that victory royale. And I know that Trippin didn't have the best major one, but mini minor, do you think we can see them kind of work on that consistency or do you have concerns?
I don't have concerns because this is it's definitely a different sort of format to what we're used to when it comes to set lobbies, right? This is not a set lobby. It's very difficult to find consistency when you don't know what's going on around you, game in, game out. You don't know, for their case, for example, they don't know who's going to be landing at Grimgate. They don't know who they're going to be able to third party, who's going to be coming in third partying them. So I think for that team, they rely a lot on knowing what's around them, particularly when they're trying to third party into that Grimgate area. So I don't have worries. I don't have concerns for this duo. I just think they'll find their own in that sort of set lobby format.
Yeah, and I think it's dangerous sometimes when you look at a team a bit lower down, you think, oh, what's going on here? But it's like they could still be in an endgame. Like they could be in an endgame right now and the game ends and now they're all the way in top 5, right? So it's, you always got to be careful that when I learned that mistake, or I learned that lesson last major, I'd be like, oh, what's happened to these guys? Refresh 2 minutes later, second place.
I had to say, I was a bit curious about some of the duos lower down on the leaderboard. And so I decided to take matters into my own hands and ask if we could check in with Archie. And that's exactly what we're going to do. I love working on this show.
Gosh.
I'm loving it as well, and I'm loving the story that's beginning to unfold before our very eyes. With only 1 hour left, you look at the leaderboard. The first half of the day was kind of dominated by newer players that had an average of 2 FNCS finals appearances, but over the course of the last 2 hours, it has now returned as established pros are now showing up, proving that experience is truly key in moments like this when the game is on.
2 elims on the board for the duo. Let's see how they were able to do it. As it looks like it was the Beast who was not looking like too much of a beast anymore after Nipsey got into his box. And they're going to stay in the same place. They picked up these eliminations. They're already in the zone. They already have a decent amount of elevation. But if you look at the mini-map, bottom right, it's not like there's too many duos in the area. So it's not like they'll get a lot of more opportunities for tags, but they have a bit of time to kind of plan out what they want to do next.
A couple of seasons ago, this team right there wasn't necessarily looked at to reach the grand finals, but they indeed, in fact, reached the grand finals. It's all about progression. Archie coming back for this FNCS, really to kind of make continuous waves yet again. It's been a tough road for him, but he's definitely showed that it is possible. As you jump on board Vortex and Belusi, you can kind of see what they're fighting over against Tarps and Specs. It is that forecast tower, so they're able to see the next zone every single time, so that way they can actually formulate a plan and think 2, 3, even 4 zones ahead.
See, now the things with these drops normally in set lobbies, you know if there's going to be a duo contesting you at the forecast tower, but now you never really know. With 5 different lobbies happening at the same time, 250 duos, sometimes you might get the same duo contesting your forecast tower, sometimes you might not. And these engagements can last so long that it can change your early game, even mid game completely, depending if you're able to close it out quickly or if you kind of both just stagger on the forecast tower waiting to see who's going to be able to get it. But it looks like it's been given up. I think Belusi and Vortex now are just going to get it.
It's kind of like a mismatch between the two, right? So Specs and his duo are positioned above. They had the card. Vortex and Belusi were below. They had the terminal. So it was almost like a first and goal situation. Vortex and Belusi are using a goal line stand to not let him score that touchdown. And so far it's been working, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get a ball and a chance to score themselves, because if they rotate off, disengage, and take that card with them, that's one less forecast tower in use on the map.
You can see them kind of trying to mark around, deciding where they want to go here. Do they want to chase it? They've done so much damage even with 0 elims. You know that forecast battle lasted a long time, being almost 800 above already. For the duo on the Rift Island, it's Sky already with the base built up. Vision with the DMR. This should open up those opportunities to get that damage from afar. 172 above is not exactly bad, but definitely could use quite a bit more.
Yeah, 6 zone, 60 players alive. It will have to go down to about 50 players. So Storm Surge and a base like this for Sky and Scroll is going to be very, very impactful. If the players are even boxed up, as long as they have the top open, they're going to be susceptible to certain shots like that. You tune back in Seti and Cammy, 90 points so far. Not necessarily where do you expect them on the leaderboard, but a nice shot from downtown. He connects 2 more points, more in terms of Sturge. And they're slap dab in the middle of the next zone, giving them so much flexibility for whatever decision they want to make from here on out.
Splitting up the materials, making sure they're even. I need to see that again, though, Jacob. Like, what happened there? I hear 1 shot, and it's an elim onto Seti. How did he connect it? Oof. Okay. The opponent was white, so didn't even need to crack the shields. It's a good way to finish it off, though. Still 900 above. Dead center of zone, basically. I mean, this is classic Cammy and Seti now. They just got to hold on.
Interesting to see these mythics kind of be utilized here. If it does go over water, and let's say a heal off happens over water, he will be able to regenerate some HP along with banana, medkits, anything he finds along the way. So Cammy probably thinking for Endgame, and if he makes it there, and you can kind of see Specs, Tarps, who we tuned in early on, when it comes to that forecast tower, forced to drop the key at this stage in the game, it's going to be no use to them, especially since they're able to pick up bananas, Flowberry Fizz, or even minis in a situation where things aren't looking good.
Banana's coming through now. It grants them that HP per second, but also that little mobility boost. So you can combine that with the Flowberry Fizz, and you can jump and run quicker, which is exactly what they're doing to get to the zone here. But you got to be careful too, because you kind of float in the sky a little bit. So if your opponents land enough shots, it could put you in danger. But so far, no trouble, no issues, and they've made it on in.
Yeah, even though they made it in though, they still got a massive, probably one of the farther pools in the lobby. Just like Make the Beast and Red. So much distance to cover and literally left with scraps. I do believe it was Make the Beast who we saw go down earlier on in this game. Glad to see him back, but I think now he knows his work is definitely cut out for him, and now he's on the clock. Has to get some damage for Storm Surge. He does have a couple players in his line of sight. He's trying to go in. Can only take one more tick between him and his teammate before they both go down just like that. Even though they gave themselves a second chance with the reboot, they weren't able to find any success with it.
Shows how difficult it is to come back from a reboot. You're in shambles in terms of loot. You haven't had time to secure damage or get a good rotate in. So you're kind of forced for those eliminations, those impacts. If you got a sniper, you can hit a headshot. It could be game changing, but if you don't, it could be incredibly difficult. Clownski Axe Force. Gonna be using the Wings of Icarus to get a nice little rotate in. Boxed up. And now once again, just playing it safe.
Yeah. I like those little rotations from Wings. It's not necessarily the best when it's early, mid-game even, where you're rotating around and using the actual fly effect, but the way they're using it to kind of bounce off some of the walls, cancel the actual fly, but actually land safely. It's a much better combination if you combine it with the Flowberry Fizz, but Sky and Scroll trying to rotate, only 82 damage. They jump up 200. The legendary banana going to be forced out. Sky and Scroll looking to try to stay alive. They did so much work, especially from on top of Loot Island, just to get to this point, and they cannot let it go to waste.
Zone has pulled to where only one player is inside. And his duo partner, fully southeast, across the water, little lake that these duos are going to have to cross. And this lake isn't water, well, it isn't a river of sticks, so you're not going to get dashes from this water. You either have the medallion, but you've saved them from earlier on in this match, so this rotation will be quite difficult for a lot of these players. And it's actually Cammy and Seti, I believe, who are the only ones inside of the zone. Fair play to them.
Oh, and he still has the Mythic in his inventory as well, and it's over so much water. Cammy will be the one on this team I'm looking when it does come down to heal off to kind of get all the heals consolidated into his inventory, even though he already has the 4 legendary bananas. 637 above the damage threshold, trying to refarm as little bit of materials as he can because they know the zone is pushing in their direction.
Shots continuing to come through. Players rotating. Made a whole mansion on top of this little island, making use of that mythic waterbender. As he continues to take his shots, no ammunition used. And so far the players have been able to make their rotate in. How much materials have they used though is the main question. Quick little pickup from Seti. Can they recuperate the loot though? Looks like they can. Wow. Is that what I think it is, Jacob?
Oh,
Did I see that correctly?
They found the Dash medallion. And now they're probably one of the favorites already, if not, because they already had the high ground, they already had the materials, and now they have the best medallion in the game. They're going to be able to cover so much distance so quickly.
Oh, what a shot. Wow. From Kyrie. Headshot Clement. Put on his knees to sleep. I'm still not 100% sure if that was the Cerberus medallion, because I was not seeing those dashes appear. But Kyrie and Gripey now are feeling good in terms of materials and damage. They're gonna have to use the Flowberry to rotate though, as now Cammy continuing to use the Mythic from above and actually putting good use to it. I mean, he's going to town right now, not having to use any ammunition as he continues taking shots.
I feel like this is going to be another lock-on pistol situation. People don't realize how powerful the waterbending mythic actually is until they see someone like Cammy begin to really utilize it to the most effective nature. And remember, we're still over water, so when it does come down to heal off, he will have a little bit of extra HP in his back pocket thanks to that. Clownski trying to survive what little material, what little resource he has left, forced to wings his way towards the front side. Doesn't get much distance, but thanks to the materials that he has, he can quickly stagger himself, build, and figure out what's the next move.
He has lost his duo partner, though. Over 1,000 materials to work with, so if he can continue to capitalize with these wings of Icarus, placing his boxes, he shouldn't put himself into danger yet, as he has so much time to work with. It's going to be Sky, though. No more shield. Forced to pop the shieldfish. Not grouped up with his duo partner as well. They need to regroup here, but he does not want to get caught off guard.
Sometimes it's a little communication. Say, hey, play by yourself. You're going to be a solo in this one. And they're seemingly doing well. But Lucy looks towards the backside, finds the Antibot. Much needed resources, even though it's just going to be the little bit of mats that get dropped on elimination. But it's those little bit of mats that's working wonders. But he gets sniped at the tail end of boxing up. 13 HP, trying to find time for the minis, but getting focus from other players here in the lobby. Finally reunites with Vortex, and now they're giving themselves a chance to move even further in this game.
Medkit gonna come through. Not gonna be used for the heal off just yet. Camiseti still able to maintain height as they continue to rain down from above. It's Sky, though, and Scroll, who are once again still up and running. Kyrie for Elims with his duo partner looking for more as they keep tarping on out on the edge.
Yeah, gets to the front side, tries to cut off Sky and Scroll. Doesn't work out just yet, but first you don't succeed. You try again. Decent materials for players in this position on the end game, but he doesn't want to get caught behind the curve, so he continues to move forward, while Gripey's the one that's challenging players on the backside of the zone.
Cammy continuing to apply pressure from the clouds. Till Banana's still in the inventory. Not sure if they have any medkits, though. Would have to see what Seti's running as Vortex's Volko down below. Sky gonna be the one to take them both out, though. 2 Elims on the board now. Gripey, Kyrie still grouped up as Seti gets closer and closer to the low as he's gonna try and cause disruption.
Yeah, Scroll goes down. Sky's just trying to do what he can. He already got 2. Has to dig deep, get even more, but it's the placement points that they're picking up, the eliminations. They have 6 so far. He's knocking on the door. He does have the med kit to stagger himself. He gave himself an exit as well. He's trying to backtrack and hide. Let everybody take themselves out so that way he can get as much points as possible.
Cammy now looks like he's gonna finish up Gripey. Medkit should be done. It's a 2 versus 1. Cammy and Seti just have to take one nice shot. There it is, closing it out. Not even difficult for them. Didn't have to resort to the heal off. Just one quick shot. Maintaining pressure from above is all they needed.
A little bit of a slower start to the day than they would have hoped, but that is business as usual for Seti and Cammy. You know, it's just a matter of time before they begin to pop off, and now they're seeing the meta and they're shaking it up with that water bending ability, and you're seeing the amount of pressure you're able to put down for it because you don't have to worry about ammunition late in the game.
Getting in their element, feeling better now. You said it yourself, slow start, but so far they've been consistent. Now they just have to maintain it. This is a huge boost for what they were looking for. Huge victory royale, and now they just have to keep playing like they always do.
Yep, we see the wins getting counted up, and we see people climbing up the leaderboards. Only our analysts to break it down.
Thank you, boys. And there's something about Cammy and Seti. When they make it to an end game, my eyes are always on them, because when these two make it as a duo, it feels like there's no stopping them. And it turns out when they're hydrated, at least Cammy is, then there's definitely no stopping them, Levin.
I mean, yeah, man, he was really putting that water bending ability to real good use. I think a lot of players have been sort of sleeping on it. It's not something that I've seen used too often. And I've actually had arguments with pros about why I think it should probably be used more. And so now I'm sat here just with the biggest smile in the world because I'm right. Look at the way he's cooking. I mean, look, you might not be getting a bunch of limbs with it, right? Even though he can get a couple, just the pressure, infinite ammo, the ability to just, you know, spray down with it non-stop. I mean, it's just so suffocating, Mini Miner, and I'm expecting now a lot more players to be using it throughout this season.
Yeah, a little bit of a trendsetter here, Cammy, isn't he? You know, I think we'll see a lot of players start using this, particularly players that are up on high. And of course, they have to get there first. And what we saw from Cammy and Seti was just typical Cammy and Seti style, going into that dead side of zone, then building up and being able to, of course, maintain that position as well. They even found a really nice refresh from I think it was a Seti snipe out of the air that we saw, which just gave him the green light just to keep hold of that high ground. I think it was the dash medallion or maybe even the Zeus medallion that they got from that. So really nice job from those guys from that position. As you mentioned, that ability is absolutely incredible. It just keeps on applying the pressure. The unlimited ammo aspect of it is insane as well. I've seen it a lot used in surge situations to try and get some tags. Because of course you just keep spraying it and spraying it and spraying it while your teammate provides that sort of suppressive fire, I guess you could say. But what we're seeing there, I haven't seen that being used too much, particularly from a team on high ground. So we could be seeing something new developing right here.
Well, let's talk about Vortexes and Volvo as well, because I feel like this is another duo that we want to see more from, and they certainly gave us a show this game. Any minor?
Yeah, now, I mean, I know you know, Levin. This is a duo that's... if you watch the tour, and he's laughing because he knows... Last season, I was hyping these guys up, right? I was talking about them so highly at last season, throughout the entire season, because I was really excited about the duo, and I was watching a lot of them. I got to watch a lot of Vortexes particularly, and I was excited about the way they played. They had a really nice strategy, and I'm excited to see if they can continue that. They, you know, the drop spot's the same. This season, yeah, I don't like them as much anymore. You know, that's what it is. But no, I'm joking. I like them. They're good. They're playing well, and I think what they're doing well at the moment is they're sticking to their drop. They're sticking to their plans. They're getting that forecast sometimes as well, and it seems like what they've built in the first season of this year has kind of been built upon in this major, what seems like so far. So you can see them in third place, starting this season off really nicely, and it just all seemed to fall apart towards the end of the season last season. So hopefully they don't do that this season.
I'm so happy for you, Mini Miner. It's just, you know, like, I know how much you love these guys, you know, your favorite team in the world. I'm so happy for you. Like, just seeing them doing well, it's like you're doing well by extension of them doing well, you know?
Yeah, it feels like, man. I mean, you know the feeling you have about that water bending ability right now? That's how I feel about these guys doing well. It feels like a piece of me is also succeeding right now. But yeah, let's see if they can continue to do well, and yeah, we'll see if they can win the whole day. We'll see.
Well, they just had a really high elimination game, and I'm thirsty. I'm hungry for more. I want more numbers on the elimination. So let's take a look at our highest elimination game. See some scores by the numbers. Mustache and Malabuka 11-2K. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised, really, should we?
Of course not. No surprises there. And I think this already plays into a bigger narrative that we will see throughout this season. Malabuka Mustache already going to be qualified for globals, contested at the best drop in the game, most people would say, in Grim Gate. And the key thing is, I don't think they're necessarily going to dominate anyone who contests them at Grim Gate, right? If it's Kiddo and cheating, whoever it is, I don't think more often than not Malabuka and Mustache will necessarily come out on top. But it's the games where they do win. Even if it is just 6 out of the 12 games in the grand finals, those 6 games will be some of the best games and the most high elimination games you have ever seen. And it shows here today, right? Nearly a 20 bomb here in these rounds, round 4s. I mean, these guys are just a different level.
Yeah, it kind of gives me a little throwback all the way back to like Chapter 3, early Chapter 3. I think it was Chapter 3 Season 2 when they were contesting a lot of teams at that sort of command cavern area. That was a similar deal where they had the best POI in the game. When they made it out of there, they usually won. They usually got top 3 at the very least. Of course, there was a susceptibility to going down. It seems like that sort of dynamic again with the exact same duo of Mustache and Malabuka is happening yet again here. So it seems like when they're making it out of that drop spot with the medallion, with all of that loot that they can get from there as well, they're going on to do great things. And this is a scary duo because they're already qualified, so the pressure's off when it comes to global championships. They can just roam free, and they're doing it very well.
Well, a duo that's currently standing at 8th on the leaderboard is Noah Rowley and Gino. So let's check in with them, with Takata and Jacob PR, and see how it's going.
I'm sure it's going well for this duo so far. It's looking like they are feeling quite free right now. We'll see how their loadout is comparing to that, though. Good on materials. 4 elims already for Noah. We've seen how dominant this player can be mechanically. And he's showing it, Jacob.
Really not taking any of these opportunities lightly. Another duo. Kind of spacing, moving in above. He's ready to take that challenge at a moment's notice. Faster Uki and Robon, though. 219 points. Deep in towards zone now. Forced to use the legendary banana a little bit earlier than some would have hoped, but it's going to allow them to cover so much distance so quickly and get to zone with more time than not, so they can think about what is next. And I think along the way, they're going to have to figure out where they're going to get their heals from as well, because even though the legendary bananas pop now, eventually those effects will subside, and they're going to have a lot of HP missing.
They were looking like they didn't have too much to worry about, but now it looks like they're right back into the action, but it's not a position they're not familiar with. Currently, with the... I mean, I was going to say high ground, but to be fair, they just have the kind of dominant position in terms of this box fight, even picking up a quick knockdown, putting themselves in the positional advantage as well. Now the 2 versus 1. Gonna let his duo partner heal up a little bit. Flowberry popped, as now they have to decide, do they chase the solo? Do they just pick up that quick elimination and keep on going? They don't really need to risk anything. Already having 5 eliminations, more than enough loot to work with. But who knows, maybe they want those points.
Yeah, I do believe they picked up the Brawler's Battleground Medallion, which gives them a little bit more of a damage boost from scoped weapons. So depending on what their inventory looks like, if they could have hit a mod bench, that definitely give them a little bit more to work with, especially in those tight situations where it does come down just a few ticks of HP. As we jump and see kind of Fast Strokey and Robon and how they got one of those eliminations. The perfect cone over the launch pad to not let his opponent escape, thinking 2-3 steps ahead of that fight.
Now still making their way onto the zone. They've been inside the zone for a significant amount of time, though. They did come out on top with the elims, but they have made quite a journey to get back into the zone. They have some bananas, but what else do they have to recuperate that HP that they need? Campfire has already been used, as now Fast Strokey has been forced to pop a medikit. They'll make it in, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah, and the longer they stay here in the zone, which we've already seen happen once today, the Storm Sickness, if it does come down to a heal off, it's going to be a thing to note with Fast Strokey and Robon, how much damage they actually are taking, even though it is getting healed up in some cases with the Legendary Banana or the med kit. It's still something that's going to be looming in the back of their mind. So, hey, we might look at them when it comes down to the end game, and they might be forced to get aggressive instead of playing for heal off.
Looking more on the north side of the map here. Glebski Trexer once again inside of the bush, trying to just kind of wait it out. They have the damage, they have the loot, the materials. Now it's all up to the time and how these zones end up pulling. You can even see a duo to the west of them getting closer and closer, but they're chill.
Usha, Misha, from one bush to the next. You see, kind of taking their time on some of these rotations, trying to get information of where players, they know somebody is rotating, possibly parallel or right behind them. They know if they continue to move towards Loot Island, even though they might not have a lot of mobility or Flowberry in their inventory, those rifts do tend to come in handy. Or even get on top of Loot Island to use the launch pad. It's definitely going to allow you to cover distance quick if you do get one of those max pools.
It is 5th zone, so a lot of duos have already kind of done what they needed to in the early game. In terms of consistency, there's only one duo that's placed top 10 in every game today, CZB and Nathan. We'll see if they can hold on to that title for the rest of the day, as Nova and Rabid, being only 60 above, are going to be put with a little bit of pressure on their shoulders here to find something. The shots aren't going to be connected, but they don't have too much to worry about yet.
Yep. I'm kind of look at the history of Noah and Rabid on the day. 5th place, 2 elims. One of the best games they've had so far. And they're getting deep into some of these games, 23 minutes, but they get an 18th and a 15th. So they have to be able to push past that placement line and really start to pick up a lot of these placements for the amount of time they're actually spending in these games. And that's one of the worst things that can happen to a competitor, spending 20, 23 minutes in a game and really not getting any points for it. So even though you do have 10 games to use overall, you're not going to have access to all 10 games because of these games that are happening. And how downward trend they are trending. So we're gonna need some big moments here. Roughly 30 or so minutes left in these lobbies, and that's enough time to kind of finish this game up and have one more pop-off game.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally like you said. You think getting eliminated right off spawn is bad, but the worst thing that can happen is making it to the end game and getting eliminated right before those moving zones start. You haven't got any placement. You use so much time, which is why you have to make sure that you have enough loot kind of play out the end game, and if you don't, you might have to take a risk for that impact. 3 limbs for Lucia. Misha now. How did they get them though? You can take a quick look here.
That's a good elim right there. Still pressure coming in from above, and Lucia just doesn't even look panicked at all in that moment. He looks steady, full control over the game, and those are moments right there that really test you once shots are coming in from different directions while you're already engaged in a 2v2 fight.
Roban for Strokey. Under the train tracks. Last major, we saw a lot go on under here, as they don't want anything too kind of risky. They really just want to make it into zone. They know they have a duo close to them. They have a lot of players looking at them from the zone already, so if they do anything too risky, it could get dangerous, but their opponents are going to be the ones that choose to do something risky. Going down, but Raban as well gets taken out. Not even sure from where. It's for Strokey now. Left as a solo. It's all up to him, but he's just at 8 HP. As the bullets keep coming on through, he has a solo behind him. He has all the duos applying pressure from afar. Has the opponents done enough damage to stop pushing? They have not, as they continue to get into Strokey's box.
Yeah, and Tizzix has no choice but to go but forward. Nova basically cleaned up the not body of his teammate. There was no reason going for res, and I think Tizzix read that one perfect as soon as he was in that situation. Got that first shot, first knock on the Roban. The second one was a monster shot as well onto Strokey, and with pressure looming in from all different directions, except for Tizzix's back, he took full advantage.
Switching over to Pixie though, and walks here. Nice position in the lavish lair right inside of the zone. You can see there's players though choosing to stay on top of the builds, as they do have more vision of the surroundings and not rotating in yet. It's going to open up opportunities to get a bit of the tags with the players rotating in, and then all they have to do is drop down into the zone. But it looks like one of them's even gotten a knock, and that's going to be what they wanted to continue going on in.
Team just really not peeking in for damage. Everybody here that is above the damage threshold really has no reason to risk it all. But 87 for Z Andy and Romanian Mafia. They know they still got more work to do, but we've already seen them with a big win on the day, taking advantage of the zone, pulling over Loot Island. And now it looks like with Loot Island really not in the picture, they're going to have to think about how they're going to rotate through all this madness if the zone does pull far away.
24 duos still up, 46 players. Zandy shouldn't be too stressed out with 130 being in the position they are. They're close to a lot of duos, so they should have opportunities here once the zone starts pulling to take shots. I mean, especially seeing that it pulled north, they can decide, do we stay full low here and just tarp on out, or do we go up a few layers before everybody starts rotating in? As Egrim, though, is going to continue applying that pressure, being only one above. He does need some tags, needs some damage, as the opportunity's in front of him, but it's the same chance that all the other duos in the surrounding area are taking. So who's going to be the one to actually connect those shots? 35 above now. You need some more.
His teammate actually goes down. It might have possibly got sniped or just beamed by Misha and Lucia. 2v1, strength in numbers there. Make it go 0 to 100 real quick. Egrim. He also is combined with a max pull, but I will say the western side virtually open if he rotates in that direction. It's the right side. It's the middle. He kind of wants to stay away from if he can.
Not having a teammate makes this just that much more difficult, and being cracked as well makes it even worse. 63 HP now, forced to pop minis, but your opponents know you were cracked. They're going to get right into the box. Egrim has to hit 2 incredible shots to come out of this, but is going to be unable to. Lucia now up to 5 eliminations from that one, if I'm not mistaken. As he continues to run on through, it's actually 4, but that's still more than enough.
Yeah, and this is a good opportunity here for Lucia and Misha. Kind of put some consistency in their game. They have a 5th, a 10th, a 4th, but they also have a 49th, a 46th, a 42nd. So when they make it deep into these games, they do tend to find a ton of success. It's about, can they keep up the pace, keep themselves in contention? As when this game started, they were inside of that top 50. And the way FNCS works is there's these 2 weekly qualifiers that we will be going through. Where you finish at the end of each of those weekly qualifiers, you get series points. After both total, where you're at on the series point leaderboard decides if you go to the upper bracket in the semifinals or the lower bracket side of things. And from what we've seen in Major 1, the upper bracket is a must if you want the easiest road to the grand finals.
That's what Noah Riley and his duo partner are looking to do here. With such a strong game, it could be enough. 238 points already, leading the pack. As now they just need to close it off. I don't think we'll see them going too much for height here. They'll most likely just be playing the lower layers around the edge of the zone. Making use of that Flowberry Fizz to rotate. Nova, though, getting a huge little shot, bringing them up to 67 above. Not enough to hold on, but might be enough just to get them into the zone. Waiting once again for that mobility as now rotate continues. A lot of mats getting used, though. 33 builds left. They might need an impact quicker than they expected.
Yeah, especially with how much they're expending. They're almost forcing themselves to have to go for an impact elimination. Try to steal away somebody's loot at the perfect moment. Lucia, front side of zone. Staggering themselves back, looking to see who they can catch off guard. They spot a solo by himself. Even with players flying by, they still keep the focus until the Storm now gives them no choice but to move forward. And since they got themselves a great layer and built themselves so much space, it is going to be virtually safe up until here where they're forced to rotate out of it.
But you can see they're going to be popping the banana, popping the Flowberry Fizz, and now going to go together to continue the rotate. It's going to be Ziandi and Romanian Mafia, known as Turtle, up above. Still, they've been holding on to height ever since the first moving, not letting it go. As Noah and his duo partner now getting closer and closer to second height, though. Lucia back again with another 2-piece. That's 6 eliminations. Noah's going to be the one that gets taken out.
And continue to kind of hold strong. This is exactly what we want to do in these end games. Get some refreshes, get those materials, and fizz your way so that way you can save them as long as possible. As Ziandi, Romanian Mafia have a little battle for the high ground. They're going to be able to solidify and hold on to it, but it came at a cost. A lot of their shields, some of their HP went to the wayside.
Looks like they're still able to hold on, though. They do have those dashes. They're taking shots at the players trying to contest them. One of them has already been knocked down as Turtle picks up another elimination. Ziandi looking to continue that pressure, though, as he's trying to get these players who are second height to drop down. Just keep shooting the cones, keep shooting the top of their builds. But be careful, Cobra from the back hits one shot, dropped down to 30 HP from Storm, gets taken out.
That was a nice try by Cobra, because if he's able to take down high ground, not many players will be able to look up and try to contest him. But that's neither here nor there, because the show must go on. Lucia just trying to go ahead and destroy some of those builds ahead. All he has is legendary bananas, 2 med kits for Ziandi. They have full control at the height of the map, and they even have the chain of Hades if they want together to steal away some loot, but they drop down. Forget loot. Let's create a scenario where we find eliminations, and I believe he might have the Siphon medallion.
Respect for Ziandi. Had 2 medkits, but still said, I'm going right into the opponent's box. No heal off for me, as he's now forced to pop one. Is he going to split the other medkit to his duo partner and let him heal off as he goes for the aggression, or are they going to both play for the elims? As Lucia now has been left alone, but with 6 elims just to his name, he shouldn't have any trouble continuing. Issue is only 7 builds. Is going to need an impact, and it's a duo that's directly below him. He needs to find another entrance.
And best play to do that is Stagger yourself backside of zone. One Legendary Banana is going to pop, but it's not enough to out-heal the 10 tick, so he is going to have to get another one. Romanian Mafia front side of zone along with Z-Andy. It's turtle time. It is its chance to really make a statement. One of the newcomers to the scene. How about 2 victory royales, but a disruption comes in. Lucia trying to cause chaos. Z-Andy goes down. That one gets cleaned up, but the last 2 players, 1v1, they take themselves out, and Turtle wins it again!
Again, he's able to do it, Jacob. Lucia finishing it off from the low, but Turtle just staying up was all he needed to do to get the VR.
These guys have been positioning themselves perfect, and that was a much-needed win in the late portions of today's qualifiers, because I'm talking about the story. I'm talking about the show. Z, Andy, and Turtle have faced some adversity, and they were falling down that leaderboard, even though they had a victory royale already. And this is a way to refuel that momentum and have a resurgence towards the top.
You can see the confidence from this duo as well. Even with medkits in hand, they say, I don't care. I'm still going for those eliminations back to back. 7 on Turtle, 2 on Z Andy, getting picked up at the end. What a way to close off this match. But that also is going to make a big change to the leaderboard. There's only 3 people that can show us it. Levin, Frankie, Mini, what do you got?
Thank you so much, guys. What a game that was. What an end game. That medallion coming in clutch yet again for Romanian Turtle and Z Andy. A great high elimination game for them as well. They're clearly seeing they needed to get back up the leaderboard, and they were able to regroup and come out in force, Mini Minor.
Yeah, they were. And earlier on, they got the win. We saw them get that win earlier on, and we saw them actually have the island in their favor in that end zone. We were like, yeah, that was a definite big factor in that win. We didn't want to say that was what won them the game, but it certainly helped them on their way. This game, they're just showing that they can do it even without the luck of having Island right there, even whilst there's another duo that are contesting them. Just so much confidence from this duo, which is something that I really didn't expect when I saw this this team come together, particularly with a sort of underrated player from Romania teaming up with the most sort of recognizable Romanian name. This, by the way, absolutely beautiful. Just that map knowledge to know that there's a little hole in the top of that building right there. That second shot was absolutely incredible as well, Evan. And this just shows that this duo, they're not here just to roll along and just play a little bit more safe. They're here to really make a splash.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited by this. When I saw they were playing together, I really did start to think to myself, there is some big potential here. Of course, Yandy, again, a player who, you know, looked like he had all the potential in the world, looked like he was destined for great things in the EU, and it never quite panned out how I think many people expected. And when you look at all of his like most, you know, known duos, he was always playing in a duo where he had to speak English, right? And he's Romanian. You know, Turtle is now this up-and-coming talent who looks phenomenal, fragging out all the time, and they, you know, can actually speak Romanian to each other, right? So I'd assume the comms are a bit better, and so, you know, maybe that is part of what's making them a bit of a better duo when it comes to the synergy. But really exciting for this duo, man. I can't wait to see what they continue to do. To be fair, in the 2 wins we've seen them, I do think the zones have been rather favorable, right? Pulling in sort of across buildings and across the island in a way that favored where they were. But again, they had to get that initial good position on the height to be able to take advantage, and that certainly has been a strength.
Well, the Greek gods of season 2 clearly are smiling on the boys today, and this is this is a great showing from Turtle because he's never actually made an FNCS Grand Final before. So the campaign has started. Hopefully, him and Ziadi can keep up the momentum. We want to check out another momentum haver. That's not a phrase, but maybe we'll adopt it. I'll work on it, is what I'm trying to say, as we take a look at some of Lucia's highlights. Because it was such an intense endgame, as always. And he almost had it, Mini Minor.
Yeah, I mean, this is a player that we know has so much talent. I mean, this is someone that we've seen on EU before. We know all about Lucia, and certainly a talent that hasn't quite made it to the very, very top of Fortnite. But look at this here. This was the moment. Just got max pumped by Z Andy. They thought they were safe in there. I think there was a moment where they went down, where they actually looked up and they're like, oh, actually, we've got to be careful of that hole. And as soon as they noticed that, it all went wrong for them. But still a decent little game from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, of course, with Lucia being Lucia, he's a player that is certainly one of the players who people know can be very good. And in a newer duo now, playing with Misha, right? Lucia was playing with Fury before, Misha was playing with Teeny, and they both sort of have now had to come together. And so, you know, they'll be happy to be doing better than their old duo partners, right? They'll be thinking, yeah, okay, that's what happens, right? When you don't want to play with me no more, I'm going to go and top you. And so looking good in 8th place right now.
Also looking good in 3rd place, can I just say, Vico and Pink. They're working on their consistency. It still hasn't been a year since this duo got together. Every single time we talk about this duo, I'm always emphasizing the fact that this is a duo with so much promise. The road is looking solid for these guys. And not necessarily the highest of limbs in the lobby, but clearly they're getting consistent with their placements, which is something they kind of struggled with in Major 1, Mini Miner.
Yeah, they've struggled a little bit in sort of the higher level lobbies. I know last major, it was a lot of sort of off-spawn scuffles that they had with that forecast tower. It seemed to go their way some of the time, and it seemed to actually work out in their favor. But I'm interested to see how they manage that this season, right? Of course, this is this is not a set lobby. This is 250 teams across different lobbies. So I'm interested to see whether they can actually transfer that into the set lobbies. They've been playing quite well though, and they have been playing for a decent while now. For me, it seems like whenever I think of this duo, they're like a new duo coming together, but they've been playing for a long time. So I'm expecting to see results now, and it's good to see them having them.
A duo that has been playing for a very long time, Cammy and Seti, and we've already seen them get a victory royale tonight. So let's check in with the numbers from these boys, because I want to see them doing well, because I don't like breakups. And I've been holding on to these guys for a very long time, and I shall continue to do so, Levin.
I mean, yeah, no one likes breakups. I think every duo, when it comes to like sticking together or splitting, they use Seti and Cammy as that example of, look, Seti and Cammy never split, look how good these guys are. And even though I don't think it works the same for everybody, they definitely, I think, would say have been better off for sticking together. And I'm excited to see how they do this season. Coached by BloodX again, right? So they're going back to sort of an old formula that worked for them in the past. And I think it'll be good to see whether or not these guys can sort of finally get that FNCS major win that we've all been waiting to see them.
It's crazy to me. I mean, like, they haven't actually won an online FNCS together as a duo. Of course, they won trios back in the day. It was Chapter 2 Season 8 when they won that one. So it was like, yeah, they've won online. They did it, of course, on LAN at the Invitational, but they haven't actually won together as a duo yet online. So I'm interested to see if this could be their season. We hyped them up at the beginning of the show. Not quite having an absolute barnstorming performance so far today. They still have time, though, and this is a team that can turn it on when the time gets a little bit tight and the pressure gets on.
I'm sorry, Mini Miner. I can just tell you already now, it's not going to be their season, is it? It's going to be Thomas and Queasy season, which is why we're going to be checking in with them right now.
Bias.
With the way I've been noticing some of these matches today, I think everybody is trying to make a claim that it is going to be their season. But Thomas, I feel like he's beginning to get a little crazy, a little mad at the amount of second place finishes. I don't know how many other players could say they got more second place finishes in a big moment than him.
Look, it's fuel, Jacob. It's fuel for Thomas HD. I'm waiting for something big. You know, like, he could take home Major 2. I'd love to see it. But I'd almost want to see his first win be at, like, Globals or something like that. You know, Jacob? I want it to be something big. But I know he wants this Major as much as anything. We'll see if he can make it happen. Just 1 point away in Major 1 alongside Queasy. And it was actually Merstash and Malabuka who took that first place spot, being 1 point on top of them. But now Merstash has lost his duo partner. It's Sammy chasing him, but I believe Merstash is just going to take one quick shot. And there's another Elim. 3 now for Merstash. But Thomas HD, he's saying, this is what happens when you take Major 1 from me. Gets the quick shot. Cracked. But Thomas as well. No more shield to work with. It would be a tragedy if Merstash somehow comes out on top of this engagement, especially with Queasy here now. Finishing it off.
Payback from Major 1. Some would say, but that
Maybe.
was great reaction timing at first, because he finishes off that elimination. Queasy and Thomas, they're closing the distance, immediately turns around to build, saves himself a couple more seconds of staying alive, but unfortunately the result is going to be the same. Queasy and Thomas stand tall, and they're a team, honestly, looking at the leaderboards, they have 8 games played, and they started this game around 145th place. They've been struggling to find that consistency, but they're primetime players. You know that in these open cell lobbies is much different Queasy and Thomas than we see in a finals lobby. They just have to be able to make it there.
Will they do it, though? I believe they will. I've got faith. I mean, it's Thomas and Queasy. 100% we're going to see them there in my mind. Lucy, Steno, though, they were thinking about the bunker. Had some opponents getting it. They could have kind of waited around and try and done some sort of surprise attack, but they've decided against that as they'll walk away now. We can see Mongol, Mr. Savage here. Mr. Savage, though, does not have any shield. Meanwhile, Mongol, 3 big, 6 splashes. So they are a bit split up here. But they're just trying to finish looting up, getting that metal, getting those materials and everything they kind of need to prepare for the mid game.
Yeah, it almost looked like there for a moment, just by the way the health and HP was kind of staggered. And assuming that Savage on the minimap that's trying to reunite along with Mongrel, probably just trying to look over for leftover barrels. That way they can save any med kits or shields for the inventory for the later game. And this is looking good because the story of the day contested Mongrel and Savage. They have their struggles, uncontested, able to fight off spawn, whole different ball game. Same can be said for Fordoxy and Trip. All the way from Grim Gates. They have the Dash Medallion, and they have another duo down and almost out. The first knock's already gonna be had. Trippin is just hot on the chase. Doesn't want to let this one escape. And look at that, they're just taking it with them. Where are we going?
Got a little friend. We're playing trios now, Jacob. Not for long, though. Elim picked up. Find a nice little sniper rifle on the ground. Do they want it, though? They have the Chain of Hades. Kind of spinning it around a little bit. But looks like they're not going to drop it here. Pleasant Piazza close by. Trip for Doxy now kind of deciding. We have a bunch of spare loot here. What should we do with it? We're going to box it up. Do we build on it? Do we wait to see where the zones pull? Do we get a higher elevated position to get more tags? A lot of options. Which one will they take? Is Archie Nipsey now choosing to take one? Potential third party coming through here. Queasy Thomas HD in an engagement. Does Archie and Nipsey want a piece of that pie?
Yeah, Kafun and Antez are the other ones on the other side, and it looks like probably waiting for a chance to third party, hearing a lot of these shots fire off, maybe waiting to see if somebody does get a knock, and then they play disruption to it all. But Thomas and Queasy, I feel like they've been in this situation one too many times before. They solidified their position on the high ground and don't look to give it up without a fight. And you can see the Grim Gates being dashed around and passed around between the two of them. They don't like their position there. They see that so many other teams are now beginning to close in on the distance, and instead of risking it all, they know how important it is to make it into this late game. The points are crucial for their position on the leaderboard of the day, which will affect those series points.
Thomas does have the Cerebus Medallion, which is the one that gives you those underworld dashes. So they will be splitting it back and forth, kind of dropping it to Queasy if he's used his dashes to recuperate them, picking it up again if he needs some dashes. But they have marked some players that they saw up ahead. Maybe Thomas is going to be able to connect the headshot. Takes it. Does not connect, though, which will cause them to just back off once again. Maybe look for a different angle here.
Like what he's doing, crouching around, doing exactly kind of what you said, just a different angle. Queasy probably trying to be a little bit of a distraction, get them to look his way. That way Thomas can have an easier chance trying to thread the needle. There goes another opportunity in a 116, and you know as well as I do, with the Dash Medallion and a Flowberry Fizz, you're going to try to close that distance. Queasy has the same plan in mind. He already met him there on the other side, but you have to be careful. The longer this one takes, higher chance for them to heal up, and you can see a lot of that damage already being healed up by splashes of some sort.
Yeah, no more advantage. They've actually already been fully healed, basically. It was not a headshot, so it's not enough to fully commit to an engagement. 111. We see confidence from Thomas and Queasy, though. Seeing how they still want to hold on to this fight. They have those big pots to recuperate the shield they've lost. Are they going to keep applying that pressure, or do they just want to do a bit more damage? I mean, they already have 3 elims. They have more than enough damage. I think they're just confident here. They just want some elims, Jacob.
Yeah, I feel like that's another way for them to try to close the gap. A near miss as Queasy almost gets tagged up, but persistence is definitely going to be key. Gets the first piece control, Cone, the floor. They both go his way. But that's what this battle is over, especially with the whole low ground already being taken under control of their opponents. Queasy and Thomas have to be careful not to bite off more than they can chew in any one of these moments.
Continuing to find angles, kind of openings. Whether it be a cone, whether it be a replace and an edit. As Queasy's forced once again to pop the big pots. Thomas still at 100 shield after recuperating what he lost, starting off this engagement. But so far, there hasn't been anything too conclusive here. Just pop shots back and forth, and even another duo kind of saying, okay, This has been lasting quite a while. Let's go check it out. What's going on here? Crouching over the ridge. They will have an opportunity to take a shot at either Thomas or Queasy. A 3-2-1 possibly if they don't get spotted out here. As looks like Flowberry Fizz is coming through. Recuperating the shield, and now the shots as well. They found Queasy. He has not been cracked yet, but he's in danger. Has to regroup with Thomas HD, and it looks like he's done exactly that.
Yeah, him and Thomas a little distracted there. Two different opponents. The one that you spotted out on the hill next to Snooty Steps, but there's another one even more so west that has just rotated in this direction. So two different third-party scenarios possibly playing out. And with a lot of those heals that have been expended, some of the Flowberry Fizz, two different big tots on Thomas, I think it is a good idea for him and Queasy to do exactly what they're doing. Disengage on out, not continue the fight that has been stalemated for a couple of minutes now, because that's a good way to fall behind the zone, waste a lot more resources in terms of heals and materials, and then have every other team kind of gatekeep you out on your way to zone.
Carmi. His duo partner here by Pleasant Piazza. Up on a ridge, gonna build up. They're using wood though, so I don't think it's going to be anything permanent. Yeah, continuing with the rotate. Seeing kind of what's going on in front of them. They had some shots. They kind of looked for some angles, but they think there is a duo inside of this building, which there's not if you look at the mini-map, but you can never be too cautious. As they're kind of just waiting around.
I like that. It is usually when you feel just a little bit too comfortable, especially in these later zones, that you tend to get snuck up on. Especially when you're the ones that are trying to sneak up on somebody else. First shot's gonna miss. Second one is gonna land right on the button. Carmi instantly following up. That's Archie and Nipsey are now in danger. Archie has to do something to try to continue to make space. Nipsey trying to fight back, alleviate some of that pressure, but it doesn't look like it's enough. They're still hot on the heels from one point to the next. Carmi from a snipe shot to a knock onto Nipsey. Archie's now left by himself in such a tough situation, with third parties now moving in on the distance as well.
Archie's been taken out as well by his duo partner. No time to breathe. Did not give them a second, as now those are quick elims for this duo. But you got to be careful. Lucy Steno close by saying, hey, is anything leftovers for us? You know, a little bit of loot, a little bit of shields. As all it takes is one wrong edit here. Two quick pumps to turn the tables, but it looks like I'm not sure if they're going to stay inside of the builds where they got these elims, or even just continue getting more into the center of zone. They don't really have to do anything currently, so it's kind of a waiting game here.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of the name of the game here. They snuck up on this fight, but before they could really make a move, it had finished so quickly, so taking too much of a risk too early. That's what they're watching out for. But with other teams moving in, another fight being started. They're trying to third party yet again, but they do get stopped in their tracks by that additional team just coming out of zone. It's Carmi and his duo still putting the pressure. That's Deox and Cade on the other side that have now put themselves in the face of another challenge.
Carmi going to help his duo partner, grouped up once again. They've already taken out one, but there's so many duos now, the danger is increasing. It might not even be worth it to go through these engagements. Lucy, who's finally found a shot, but at the same time gets shot in the back. It's Diox who's going to be the one that connected it. Now both duos forced to heal up, forced to play back, and continue.
Yeah, great chance for them to really take an opportune time and really move in this direction, but to really slow things down is one's going to get knocked. Steno's going to be left by himself. Carmi, Toos, they're stuck in another tough spot, but it is going to be a trade. Carmi loses one of his teammates. That's Toos who goes down, but Carmi doing a good job of getting out. That third party came in, but he returns back to the scene, and he goes down because of it. As long as he was able to continue to make space, he would have been okay, but Dre and Darky moved in and pounced on their opponents while they had the biggest advantage of them all.
Jackpot for Trey and Darky now with the amount of loot that they've just been granted. Loot of two different duos here in these boxes now that they can choose and pick from. Medkit, shields, legendary items, everything you would ever want. So this duo is going to have a bit of time now to loot up and do their thing. But for Queasy and Thomas, let's see what they've been up to.
Wow.
Shots getting connected. No surprise here as he goes right in with a dash, taking out Cringe now. And continuing with their rotation, but they're not done yet. Queasy gets cracked though. Has to be careful, cautious now, As he builds inside of the storm, Thomas needs to back him up here, as it's exactly what he's done. Now both players back to safety.
Yeah, that was looking like a tough spot. Great reaction time from Queasy. As soon as he landed the snipe, dashed on over. You can see how close everybody is now getting positioned against each other. Thomas trying to get all this information for the next rotation. Probably saw Jake Buka back there. Doesn't know how many players are actually on that side up until now when they begin to come over that ridge and enter his line of sight.
We can see Mongrel and Mr. Savage up in this match. No elims to their name, but enough loot to play out the end game here. They've been performing quite consistent throughout the day. They have not been contested as much as the last major. So they've had a lot more freedom to kind of roam around, find opportunities, and kind of play their original game plan by the book. So we'll see how it kind of holds on in the late game here, as now zone will appear. It's going to pull northeast. The good news is all these players should have dashes with the river of sticks granting them that. If you just dip your toes in the water, and you can see everybody kind of dashing on through to where they want to go.
It's one of those zones to where everybody, like you said, is going to be using the underworld dash to get by. So it is going to be easy, actually, to get caught off guard if you really aren't paying attention. And that's why you see the combination of the Flowberry Fizz along with those dashes. Even though he does have the dash medallion, that's what Thomas and Queasy are going to be looking to do. Cover that space, reach zone as quick as possible, and then look back and try to land shots on everybody else. Not for Surge necessarily, but for the elimination point. Possible placement as well. Quick zoom in with Thomas HD taking down Norman. That's another elimination, and even more points to their total.
That's why he's him, Jacob. That's why Thomas HD is known for connecting those snipes. Quick little quick scope, 290. Another elim on the board now. Issue is only 3 more opportunities in the sniper. Would like to see him get a bit more ammunition, but as time goes on, so will the opportunities as they quickly get ahead here. Don't have to worry too much about stepping in the water, already having the medallion. As now pressure comes on through from the players in the surroundings, but they don't need to do anything too risky so far. Just play out the zone.
Yeah, they have Surge, they have utility resources. You just need to kind of play a solid game from here on out. Shadox, he's trying to use the high ground to his advantage, but somehow Queasy gets lost along the way. That's Egram who's able to take him down, leaving Thomas by himself on just 12 HP. 45 on the Flowberry. He is going to be down to nothing, and you see what his eyes are on. That's the prize on the other side. All that loot. This is going to be a huge resurgence for him if he can get it under his control, but he still has to go through Darky.
What has gone wrong, Jacob? They had it all. From the mats, the loot, the elims, the infinite dashes. But now Thomas is left alone, just 12 HP. As he recuperates some items where he can bring that health back up. But at the same time, we can take a look here. It was a duo from the back. Got right onto Queasy. And Thomas was able to do a good amount of damage, even picking up the duo. But then the third party just came in, finishing it off. Now he's forced as a solo. But Thomas can make it happen.
Yeah, as frustrating as that could be for Queasy, you have to know in the back of your mind that you probably have one of the best solo clutchers in the history of the region on your side. And you can see him, the methodical process, Flowberry Fizz, peek it to the cone, waiting for the zone to catch up and recharge those charges on the dash medallion and instantly make it to the front side of zone just like that.
Egrim is going to be up top. Not too far in the sky, but they do have that high ground positioning. Noah Rayleigh back up now as well. Also with some leftover dashes from that river of sticks. But you got to be careful of your surroundings. All these players now rotating in similar locations. As Noah's trying to get a bit more lower, refarming those materials from their already built structures.
Doesn't necessarily give much, but something is better than nothing. You see him get at least 6 pieces and even scrouge together even more. Diox by himself. I do believe we saw Cade go down early on in this game, and he's just trying to skate by. No materials, ring around the Rosie, and he lands a monster of a shot onto somebody, but it's just not enough. Tom is peeking through with the sniper, lands the shot. Another elimination being picked up. Team total to 8, with Thomas individually having 5 of those eliminations.
Has to be careful in the dirt here, though. He is able to get out of that situation. Back ahead of the storm. Zone has pulled far here. As now he continues to look back. He just wants to connect one more shot. Does he know, though? It's a solo right under him. No shield to work with either if he just looks behind him. Looks like the player has escaped now. As he continues to make use of those dashes, continues to get ahead. So far, Thomas is doing a great job of securing more and more points.
He has to be careful, though, with the HP that he loses when he dashes a little too far in the zone. He does have some Flowberry Fizz for shields, but nothing in terms of the HP. Aggression coming through on the bottom side of his box. You see him scrambling around, trying to figure out where's the perfect path. And right now, his patience is the best thing that's working out for him. He's not biting off more than he can chew, and he's still surviving with so many duos going down.
All he needs is one impact. He's almost out of materials, so something has to happen here. There's so many duos, though. That's one of the only solos. It's his opportunity. Is he going to take it, though? 32 HP. Found a good tarp to recycle here, but now literally 0 builds to work with. No Aurelia as well as a solo down below. A lot of solos having to clutch it out.
Yeah, just has a little bit more to work with than Thomas did, but still stuck in another tough spot. Thomas once again changing layers. He's not getting stuck at any one position, so nobody knows where he's really at. Getting himself another top 5 position with Queasy going down, another elimination total, but he has to watch out. Now he's second height, becomes the focus for a moment, forcing him to expend a little bit more material when he's trying to cycle as much as possible.
Just one more build is not going to be able to expand out much more. He's kind of hoping that high ground gets contested during this time. He has to choose. Do I go up? Do I go down? Do I stay in zone? Only 3 ticks can be tanked here, as now he's just 12 HP, 26 shield. One shot is all it's going to take him out, and there he goes. Thomas HD down. Flintmog firing down below. Gold gonna get knocked.
1v1. This is coming down to a 1v1 situation. Fire and an Anchor. We saw Anchor's heals at the top side. 3 splashes. The cabbages. That's going to be about it. Legendary Banana at the bottom side. That one's going to be used. Splashes as well. Neither one of them has a long-lasting hold in towards the zone. You see a fight going to begin. They're trying to stop each other, and it's Firen who comes out on top. 6 eliminations for himself, 7 total as a team. What a perfect read on the situation, doing quick maps, knowing they just didn't have enough to last long for a heal off.
Firen does it. Banana popped, mobility granted. All it took was a couple chug splashes for him to start making his way up to his opponent. Double shot connected, got those elims, got the VR. Great way to close it out. Anchor, though, also did a good job trying to stay safe, trying to stay above, but he just couldn't locate his enemy as Firen got the upper hand in those last moments.
Yep, and then you see the Gatekeeper yet again dealing the rest of that damage. It was such a close call, but it's an even bigger win that moves him up the leaderboard. Frankie, Levin, Mini. Let's break down that action.
It was another epic final endgame with so many potential solo clutches in there. We were with Thomas HD until nearly the end, but it turned out to be Firen taking that victory royale. And I mean, it feels like we're seeing quite a lot of success on the low ground as well as the high ground this time around, Lemon.
I mean, with the games going to sort of helos the way they have been, right, it's sort of down to who really has more. And in that endgame, I really wasn't convinced that Firen had enough to keep himself going, I'll be honest, and he clearly didn't either. That's why he started running about. And I really didn't think Anchor was going to lose that. I mean, he didn't have a great amount of heal off either, but the odds were definitely, I think, in his favor. But Firen forcing the fight, and Anchor didn't back the heals he had. And Firen's able to just pick it up with some ease. I mean, wow, really good game for these two.
Yeah, I mean, we could see what heals both of them had, and I was always screaming at my screen like, Anchor, what are you doing? Just play your heals, can be confident in what you have. And he shouldn't have gone down, ultimately. He shouldn't have gone down to try and go for that fight. He could have won the game. He had more HP and more heals than the player down below. So if he had just played those heals, he would have been okay. But of course, he's not going to know that. He doesn't know what the player down below has. I'm sure in his mind, he's thinking he has 6 medkits, he has splashes, even more splashes than me, bananas. But, you know, it was just one of those where it's like, I really wished he just stayed up there.
I think that's what it was really, right? It's like he looked at his heals and he went, okay, in this situation, like, I'm just never winning a heal off here. Which, to be honest, in most games that we've watched at least today, he's not winning with what he had. But at the same time, right, a bit of composure, calmer a bit. Yeah. You can see the guy's footsteps. He's running at me now. Okay, wait a minute, he's running at me. He's not got heals. I got a bit more than him. Again, a tiny bit more composure there, maybe in the heat of the moment. Anchor panicked a bit, who knows? But ultimately, second place ain't too bad at this stage.
Yeah. Fortnite. It's a very educational game to all the parents that are watching right now. You learn maths. If only Fortnite had been around when I was at school, I might have got better GCSEs. Let's talk about Thomas HD, because I can do the maths. When he is in the endgame, you know that he's probably got multiple eliminations to his name, and this was certainly a very good showing for him, and actually Queasy early in the game as well, Mini Miner.
Yeah, but this is the Thomas HD show. This is exactly what he does best, just clutching up in these late game moments. Of course, we saw that Queasy did go down. Look at this. Boom! 290 to the head. That's what he does best. You just can't stop him when he has the sniper, and just the audacity to go for a shot like that is what sets Thomas apart, in my opinion. He just does things that nobody else would even dare to do, and then ends up actually doing it well. So what a player he is, Levin. What a clutch this was as well. Just kept defying our expectations every single time he goes for an elimination. Every single time he had an opportunity to go for it, he got it, and it was definitely the dash. Of course, the dash has helped him out a lot, but it can't be understated how strong and how impressive this solo clutch is.
I think it goes to show Thomas's aura when Queasy got taken down, the team that actually took them down run into Thomas's box and they just go, nah, mate, don't want to fight you, fella. Your teammate, though, I'll have him for a bit, but you know, I'll leave you over here, mate. The guy is just a serious problem, and he has been all throughout the day. And I mean, that's part of why Queasy loves playing with him, right? You just have a guy who you know is going to solve problems, and Thomas HD has always been the ultimate problem solver. And in that clutch again, so many moments where you just expect him to go down, but he keeps the game ticking for just a couple minutes, seconds longer, get some extra placement points, and that goes such a long way.
And that's what really separates Thomas from some of these young guns, because Thomas has got that aim. Obviously, he's untouchable when he's got that sniper in his hands, but he just has so much knowledge and experience, and surely we're going to see him take a major FNCS final title some point in the future. He's going to be wielding the Axe of Champions. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where we're at, because we're nearly at the end of tonight's action. Don't worry, we've still got more action to drop into, but you know, the clock is a ticking, Levin. Vulcan Vortex is like, good to see them at the top. Those 2 victory royales, they ain't gone unnoticed, and they're reaping the rewards.
I don't even want to speak. I should just let Mini.
Yeah, can you let me talk?
Yeah, come on, Frankie. You got to give it to
true.
him.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Yeah, when it comes to Volco and Vortexes, it's all up to Vinny Viner to talk about them.
That's my new name, Mini Miner. Yes, Volca Vortexes. Yes, my favorite team ever. No, they're doing good. They're doing good. They're having a solid day. Exactly what I expect from this team, just off the back of a victory royale as well. From those guys, they've had some really solid games, and I think from what I'm seeing from their match history right now, I'm just going to read out some of their placements: 6th, 7th, 1st, 5th, 1st. But they've also had a 36 and a 39. So it seems like when they are getting to those end games, they're able to make it far. And for me, a lot of that is just down to that forecast tower. They're going to try and fight for it in as many games as they possibly can. When I was speaking to Volko, he was saying, yeah, this is exactly what we're trying to do every single game. When it's there, we want it, and we're willing to go down to try and fight for it. We just have to try and trust in ourselves that we can win it. So yeah, good stuff from those guys. I should probably stop talking about them now, otherwise Levin is going to be mad.
I mean, you can talk the whole segment about these guys clearly. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you just keep going, mate. Might as well.
Just yapping. You know, just yapping.
Yeah, just keep yapping. Just keep yapping, mate.
That's enough. That's enough.
I was enjoying it. I would love to hear more. I was also noticing Marius and Sandgeld, unfortunately, it seems like that high risk, high reward play style is not really finding rewards at the moment, Levin, but maybe we'll get to see them have a really good final lobby. Any surprises? I mean, for example, Tayson and Venno, obviously we're not watching every single lobby that they're in, but they did have a couple of good lobbies to start off tonight's action, and it seems like maybe the momentum stalled a little bit.
No crazy surprises. I think the general surprise, I'm seeing a lot of French teams doing really well up in these standings, and you know, you look at French Fortnite recently, things haven't been the most amazing, but it seems to be a bit of a resurgence right now. A lot of those French teams really high up there.
Yeah, it's good to see.
I was about to say Allez, Vico, Allez, but Vico is Austrian, and so it didn't work. But you know who's going to be working hard? Our players, because we've got one more lobby to jump into for you guys tonight. So Alonzi, let's take it away.
Ten matches, 3 hours to be played out is what these players had today. Once again, there's 250 duos competing, 5 lobbies at the same time. All in the hopes to get series points to qualify them to the lower or upper bracket of the semifinals. We said it, Jacob, if they're able to get around 130 points, it puts them in a good position for the second qualifier. More than that, an even better position. So for Marius and Sandguild, they're feeling incredibly happy currently. And it's all about maintaining that. As I thought for a second, there was some aggression coming through this duo, but it looks like they just want to box up by them. I think.
I mean, it could be a good or a bad thing regardless, because Marius and Sandguild, you know how aggressive of not only individuals, but of a team they are. If they feel like they have an advantage, they can see it as a green light and go. Vanyak, Swizzy, they already have the Brawlers battleground loot, and you see them hiding towards the side. And the only question I really have is if they do have that medallion, I feel like Sammy and his duo can kind of spot that there's somebody around this position that they have to watch out for.
Looks like Trip is actually going to be able to bring Fredoxy back into the match. 5 elims already for this duo. Swimming through the river of sticks, making it a lot quicker of a rotate. But they're actually going away from the zone here. What are they going back for is my question.
My biggest assumption, I know there's a bunker in that direction, or would be Fredoxy's old loot to try to get as much back as possible. And obviously the underworld dashes, the charges that you get from the river sticks over towards Grimgate in this area of the map altogether. And you can see that without too many heals being found, some bandages, some floppers, they're gonna have to go ahead and beeline their way to zone and not waste any time. Otherwise they might be in shambles.
I was looking at Chari, I was like, where's your duo? Where's Giroz? Unfortunately, he's watching from the clouds right now. It's Chari now is forced to play this last match out as a solo. The last opportunity to make something happen in the first qualifier. How many series points will they be able to pick up? Decent amount of loot. Could be better, could be worse. Not too bad at all. In terms of damage, hopefully they have enough, but for Steno, in a 1 versus 2, it's not going to be as bright as he goes down.
Yeah, unfortunate elimination there, just really getting caught off guard. The 2 players that are trying to jump into your box, and then you saw there at kind of the ending portion of that battle, another team spraying on the other side of the box, really not having any avenue of safety there in a situation like that. And you can kind of see why they're forced to break into the box the way they did. 37 damage above the threshold, and that's after the elimination. So they probably weren't in the best position. And that now, even though it's only 37 damage, they at least have a little bit more time to work with before they make their next move.
Taking a look at more engagements here. Most likely duos that need some damage. That's it, 37 below. Specs. What are you going to be able to find here? Thunderburst SMG getting put to use, trying to get in. No connections yet, except for on his duo partner that's almost cracked now. It's brought them to 26 above, but how long is it going to last? Pressure from above, pressure from below, from the sides. As they have to make a decision of where they want to start aggressing towards soon.
Time is definitely ticking. Especially with Zone pulling away from a lot of the players here on this side of the map. So even though they know the job isn't done just yet, they're trying to see what they can get, because I do believe that they're hearing a lot of those shields get cracked. They're hearing a lot of the heals come out, and this is their opportune time to kind of strike while the iron's hot. They know their opponents are weak, but now they fall below the damage threshold, and it makes it even more of a risky play because all they really have left is minis.
67 below exactly. Minis getting popped to try and outlive this Storm Surge. 62 players still up. So many players kind of exactly boxed up around them. You can even see some angles there. 51 damage. Is that enough? It is. 79 above now. No more ticks coming through, but shots from above. It's the opponents who take down his duo partner. 1v2 now. Scroll Sky looking to clean it up quickly as zone is closing. At least they can pick up the finish here and hopefully make their way to zone.
Specs on the other side, kind of the last-ditch effort to get some sort of elimination and quickly pop heals. He doesn't get that chance, and he goes down all the same. Sky and Scroll taking advantage of not only one, but two different teams along their rotation, and now they get to freely continue to move forward. Tripping in for Doxy, putting themselves on a lonely island by themselves, which honestly I would say is probably a very, very risky situation for 99.9% of the lobby, but then having the dash coin gives them a little bit more feeling of confidence that they can position themselves on an island with so much open water, and knowing no matter which direction it pulls, they can dash their way to safety.
And look at that. Ended up pulling north, so they do have to dash their way back to safety on that little path, that little sand path they have, but hopefully with the dashes, they'll take a safer route, maybe the edge around the water, but it's all up to what they're feeling. They have one duo around them. I thought it was a solo originally when they were gliding on in, but his duo partner was already kind of based up on this island, so they got to pick their path correctly here, because a beeline, you can see how many duos already boxed up. They're just going to be applying a bunch of pressure onto them when they try and rotate in. Are they going to wait for the players below them to rotate first? Are they going to dash around the west side? There's even a duo on the west side and the east side, so all options are kind of blocked off here. It's definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, I think the choice that they're looking for right here is waiting for some of those other teams to begin to rotate in, cause a little bit of distraction, and then use their dashes because they can cover distance quick. And then you combine that with the threat of the sniper rifle and for Doxy, you can quickly get some quick scopes on anybody trying to land those shots, and immediately they see that opportunity and they take it.
Boxed up. All it took was 2 dashes. Grouped up once again. Actually went very well for them. As Marius Sangild now 130 above. Not too bad at all, especially with 2 elims. As they are kind of more on the edge of the zone here, though. Just kind of looking for some shots.
See him peeking towards the back. Trying to be proactive when it comes to Storm Search. You don't want to wait till you're below, getting ticked every couple of seconds to try to make a move, especially when you're stacked with heals and got a lot of builds. Trying to see some players climb up the side of the mountain. With that Thunder Burst, is very good at one of those 3 bursts, bleeding through the builds and at least landing some damage. And if you continuously do that, a little becomes a lot. It's Marius and Sangild watching out at every turn. They know one more team's back there and just waiting for them to follow that zone in before they try and strike.
91 above now, just getting lower and lower. As the pressure will get heavier and heavier onto their shoulders, but one shot came through. I think Sangild actually picked up that elim. Good job. For Doxy Trip, though, getting right into the aggression here on the edge of a ridge. You got to be careful. Difficult to build here. Could get stuck as Zone also pulled to the opposite side, northeast. Incredibly far rotate. Good news is the dashes will help out a lot. You can see them splitting it, dropping it to each other so they can both have 3 dashes. As well as that Flowberry Fizz to recuperate that shield and also give them that mobility boost.
Trying to look how long it's actually taking him to kind of rotate comparison to everybody else. But Tripper gets knocked down, so no matter if he makes it to the other side or not, he's gonna have to do it as a solo, which honestly doesn't give me too many worries, because already today alone we've seen Fordoxy clutch up and pick up a huge amount of points by himself.
Trying to remember if Fordoxy already dropped the medallion or if he picked it back up. He hasn't recharged the dash yet. It would be crucial to clutching it as a solo, and it looks like he's even knocked down his opponent. It was Trip that had the medallion, but he's got it back. He said, that is mine. Give it back to me. 4 elims now. Dashes will be recuperated, and this is actually so huge for clutching it out as a solo.
Yeah, it's going to give him like another shot at life, but he has to be able to make it up this mountain. There's a lot of builds already there that kind of keeping him out instead of giving him a smooth rotation, but quick thinking, quick moving from Fordoxy. Hasn't even really used the dash yet, but positioning himself well, and you can see what he's looking for. He's trying to pounce and sneak up on somebody, find the elimination, and get a huge refresh in those materials, but most importantly, the HP heals that he can grab.
Marius and his duo partner still with 3 elims. They picked up that solo earlier on, but how much damage have they done? They were on the borderline. Can they maintain it now? As Fordoxy has made it in. He knows there's a duo close by, trying to see if he can open up a shot onto them. 50 builds to work with. Dash is getting recuperated. More than enough damage, but what he wants is that impact. You said it yourself, that refresh as Marius gets ahead of zone.
78 above. Do need it. About 10 or so players needing to go down, even less now as a couple of them do fall. Boko and Vortexers doing a good job using their own underworld dashes along with the Flowberry Fizz, trying to make it to the front side. But while all that's going down, Boko and Vortexers get separated, leaving Boko by himself to kind of finish his battle here and try to take first place on the day.
358, Flowberry Fizz in hand. No time to pop it, though. I believe I see a dash there that he's been able to conserve. Phrenoxy, though,
Shots.
looking confident. There's a knock on the ground. He gets the elim. Refreshed up now, 30 builds. Still has full dashes. Gonna be used to get ahead of zone. Build up. 2 medkits as well. This could be a huge solo clutch.
Every single player and team that goes down, he's just getting so many more points for the placement. There goes 2 more. Sky and Scroll trying to do the same thing, but a much healthier position. 3-2-1, trying to break in the box. Boko finally been fouled. No more game of hide and seek, but he narrowly escapes. Sky and Scroll didn't want to go on the cat and mouse chase, so they back up into their own box, and that gives them a chance to live to tell the tale.
27 HP on Phrenoxy. He has that medkit in hand, though. Issue is only 1 build to work with. It's going to be Sky, though, and Scroll, who are looking to take height. Can they capture it, though? The battle is on. So far, they are looking like the victors of high ground, but can they hold on to it? Can they maintain it with the amount of materials they have? I think they can do it.
It's definitely a possibility as long as anybody doesn't want to play Disruptor and look up. Phrenoxy's still going through a tough situation. Taking some damage to the stone, try to go ahead and catch somebody off guard. Nice shot's gonna be there, but it's not enough. Gripe is able to take him down, but the medallion hasn't been snatched up just yet.
2 medkits, 1 being popped here. Want to make sure they're healthy for these last moments. There's only 6 duos up, 11 players. Not too many solos at all. As Sangild is going to get cracked here, forced to pop some minis. Duo partner has the medkits though. Gripey now, going to take shots, going to get a crack, but it's not going to be enough. Marius taking him out.
Whether he grabbed the medkit or not, it does look like he's finally going back for it. He's taken all that sacrifice so that way he can get the heals on over to Sangil, the Scroll and Sky, the only other duo in this lobby that is looking strong. Nova, I do believe, might still be left alive, but I don't see him anywhere. His own heal off, possibly starting early, finally at the tail end of the zone. If he can figure out a way to stay alive, everything comes crashing down. Scroll and Sky are now going on the offensive. Marius gets knocked down. In comes Nova out of nowhere to try to get those placement points.
The 2v2, high versus low, quickly ends. The upper hand comes from the high ground team. Now the 2 versus 1, it's all up to Nova. He started his own heal off, but he has to get 2 elims to come out on top, and is gonna be unable to do so. Great finish for the duo above.
Even though he didn't win that game, you gotta give credit to Nova there. Knowing the situation, had no builds, couldn't move forward. He staggered himself just enough to secure a top 2 finish. But Scroll and Sky, the story of the game goes to them. They fought so much adversity to make it to that game, but as soon as they achieved that high ground, it was over for the lobby.
Great way to finish it out. We can see how Scroll here took out one, shortly after took out the other. I mean, Sky and Scroll, they had the chemistry. They were looking electric together, taking out one after the other, and then all it took was that 1 versus 2 to close it out. They had medkits, they had the heal off, but they didn't even have to use it.
Yeah, another big moment there. And now that the day is done, I know we still have to look at the leaderboards, but that's got to be a huge feeling of confidence as they surge. They're probably looking through the tab. Where do they finish? It's all about those series points, Takata.
It's all about those series points, but that's it for me and Jacob for the day. We'll be back for the next qualifier, but we still got to see what happened to the leaderboard, Jacob. So let's head right on over to Frankie, Levin, and Minnie. What you got for us?
Thank you so much, guys. When they said that's all from us, I felt a little bit sad. And then I remember we've got another qualifier next Sunday, so we'll get to have Takata and Jacob PR back on the stream. Don't worry, they're not leaving us. It's just a temporary thing. We got to talk then about that last game, because that was quite the performance, and it was a Danish duo to take it. Sky and Scroll, living up to the name of Sky, because that high ground was masterful. And to be honest, I feel like the win was never in doubt, really, in that last zone, Levin.
Nah, I mean, they, looked really good up on a height. I mean, they were going up against some Danish brethren, and below them in Marius and Sangild, but, they really came out on top. They looked strong all throughout that endgame. And I think the big thing for Sky and Scroll is that they are sort of a newer team on the scene, right? In terms of, again, Danish talent that's coming up. They played their first grands together last season, right? So it was, this is still very early beginnings for this duo in terms of their story in FNCS. But boy, are they writing a really interesting one, because if these guys can make it to grands again, I'm interested to see what they can do. I think it was their first Grands together, and then they placed like in like the 20th, right, in that sort of like range, which is again a very good performance. Most teams play their first Grand Finals together and guaranteed locked 40s. Like,
yeah.
It usually doesn't go well for people, Mini. So again, this is clearly a team with a lot of talent, and they're showing that here.
Yeah, I'm glad they stuck together as well. Often we see teams that have made their first Grands. One of them thinks, oh, I could definitely get a better teammate here. I could definitely just play with someone different. I like the fact they've stuck together. They had a good performance. There's no reason why they shouldn't, right? But sometimes we see that with teams that split off despite the fact they have a really solid performance. So nice from that team that they stuck together, and you can see what it's doing for them right now. Today, in general, they've had a really, really solid day overall. They've had a 7th, 9th, 3rd, 8th as well. And of course, now that victory round to top it all off. Really nice stuff from that team. And just the way they took height, really nice backside height take, looking to front side just to claim it very easily. And from then on out, it was really nice to play.
It was also really nicely played from Marius and Sandgold as well. We were just talking actually before we jumped into that lobby about how they needed to have another solid performance because things have sort of slightly dipped for them. And it's like they were listening to the stream, Levin, because they were absolutely on fire.
I mean, yeah, Marius, again, according to TikTok, he's like the best player in the world right now. Do you know what I mean? So if TikTok says he's the best player in the world, he better perform like it. And I mean, for most of today, he definitely has played incredibly well. And we got to give Sandgold credit as well, because Sandgold was most of the one holding it down at times here, right? Marius was sort of overcooking, a bit overheating. But again, you can't really blame him with how he's been playing. And I think these two, again, the potential they have to really shock the world in this Grand Finals and maybe even be a contender to win the whole thing is immense. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing how they actually sort of do and how things pan out for them.
Yeah,
interesting. Looking at this leaderboard here, Mini Miner, continue that thought. I was just sort of seeing, my eyes go straight to number 10 and see Venno and Tayson. However, we were not watching them that last game. Please do share your thoughts, Mini.
I was just looking at that leaderboard right now. Look at that, 35 places moved up. As you mentioned, we actually did say these guys need a good performance to move the way up the leaderboard. Look at that, now inside of that top 10 for this team. And there was so much hype about Marius, particularly going into this FNCS. And for me, it's probably the first time that we've seen that much hype around Marius. Of course, the reason why, of course, all the hype is, of course, he's getting so many eliminations in those solo victory cups. Lots of viewers on his streams lit up recently as well, and for good reason, because he's absolutely incredible at the game. But I was intrigued going into this FNCS. How's he going to handle the pressure? How's he going to handle all these new eyes on him? How's he going to approach the way that he's going to prepare for this? And it seems like it hasn't affected him at all. It hasn't affected the duo at all. If anything, it's given them that little bit of a boost of confidence that we want to see from this duo, because when you talk about Danish Fortnite, the name that always comes to mind is Thomas HD. There's a couple of other names in there as well, but Thomas HD is the main man. We're seeing so many of these lesser known players, more underrated players come from Denmark, and it's definitely the team and I suppose the region that's on top at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing like pound for pound, like what's the best country in Fortnite, I think it has to easily be them. When you look at like the population of Denmark versus everybody else, and then compare how many like top Danish players they are, they just clear in that regard. But look, enough, begging for a Danish passport. Let me start talking about the rest of the teams that we've seen today. And to be fair, I've been pretty impressed by a lot of the lobby. I think one thing that's really been fun to see is a lot of the newer duos and the combinations that we had, and a lot of them finding a fair amount of success. A lot of them sort of in that top 50 looking good. So I'm excited, of course, to see, how these new duos pan out all throughout the season.
And also how some of the existing ones will as well, because Pink and Vico formed, I said it earlier, I know Minnie's like, they've been together for ages now. Maybe it is ages in terms of Fortnite, but they formed, I believe it's just in time for the last chance. Major last time round, so still less than a year ago.
Last year, Major 2.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Ages.
Okay, they're old now. They're old hat, but they are serving up eliminations game after game now, these two. The big brain of Pink and that fragging potential of Vico. I feel like these two have taught each other a lot about Fortnite, and I just think that they are the duo to watch, apart from maybe Thomas and Queasy 11.
Yeah, I definitely, have a lot of respect for these guys. A lot of people think I'm quite biased towards these guys. Maybe I am a bit, right? I want to see them do well. But I think, that there is definitely a lot of talent there. I think when you're talking about some of the best IGLs in the world of Fortnite right now, Pink always has to be in that conversation. If you're talking about the best fraggers in the world of Fortnite right now, Vico has to be in that conversation. And so the combination of those two is certainly one that, you would expect to reap results. And I think a very good result is on the horizon for these guys.
I think just the development of Vico under Pink as well is so, I feel like understated. He's become such a smart player, and it kind of reminds me of the way that Veno sort of adjusted his game plan. We used to think of Veno as just this crazy out-and-out fragger, very, very good at the game, but just didn't have the brain to go along with it. Then started to play with some of the best IGLs in the world, like of course Queasy, you know, we're seeing players like that he's partnered up with, and Aqua, of course, as well, the way back in early Chapter 3. That just helped him develop so much into such a complete player, and I think we're seeing that with Vico right now. I think we're seeing that development of his character and of his gameplay to where he's gonna be able to get to the stages that Veno got to, and hopefully he'll be able to have it this season.
I think a lot of it comes down to what type of IGL you're playing with. Because even under Aqua, like, Veno was still very unleashed, right? He was just very unleashed, unhinged. And then he starts playing with Queasy, and then you sort of put a leash on him and, you know, rein him in a bit, right? And the same thing with Vico, where it's like, again, before Pink, it's like, just let him cook, just do whatever. And a lot of the time when you let a player do that, they overheat a bit. Whereas now Vico, again, you know, doesn't just look for free loot at every given opportunity, right? He actually, you know, sort of pays a bit more attention. And so, yeah, some of these guys, Pink, Queasy, Tayson especially, right, with Veno as well now, you know, these kind of guys, they like to put a leash on the fragger and control them a bit more.
I was about to ask in terms of Tayson and Veno and how that partnership does work, Lev. And I know you speak to them quite a bit. Does Tayson have Veno on a tight rein?
Out of respect for him, I'm not going to say he's on a leash because it's Veno we're talking about. He's one of the best there is. But yeah, it's Tayson at the end of the day. Tayson tells you to jump, you jump. Tayson tells you to move left, right, you move left, right. That's just how it goes. And I think that dynamic has been what's made him a bit more successful so far.
Luckily, Veno knows his left from his right and his AR from his SMG. Let's talk about the series points then, because everyone has earned series points from their standings on the leaderboard tonight. They carry those season points over to next weekend's qualifiers, but obviously all those victory royales, all those eliminations and things, that gets wiped clean on the leaderboard. So let's take... I think we can take a look, hopefully, at where we're at now. If you got top 10 tonight, you're probably already qualified for those semi-finals. So actually, Veno and Tayson, they did manage to nail themselves a top 10 position by the end of the night. Also, can I take a look at number 8, Mappy and Kira? We didn't necessarily see too much from them, but Kira was with Kaduro last time round, and I was quite surprised that they broke up, Levin.
Yeah, so was I, man. You know, they did so well, and they looked like they were looking pretty all right so far this season, but Kaduro decided to go a different direction, and I did ask Kira about it. I said, hey, man, like, why would you guys split? And I think part of it was Kaduro, you know, had concerns about how much Kira was grinding the game and how prepared they'd be. And again, if you're Kira right now, you're gonna be smiling, right? You know, you didn't think I was gonna be ready. Well, look, I'm outplacing you right now. So let's see how it goes. Of course, it's early, just qualifier 1, but it's a good sign for the future for Kira and Mappy.
Yeah,
Mini Minor.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Continue that thought. I'll come back to you.
I was going to say, because like you want to make sure you're in as good of a position as possible, right, in week number 1. There's no guarantees that you're going to qualify till round number 4 next week. So for some of these teams, this could be their best shot, their only shot at making those semi-finals. So for teams that are a little bit lower down now, just inside of that, maybe top 200, top 220 around that, they're definitely going to need a good performance next week in order to actually get themselves into that semi-final. For the teams that are in that top 5, top 10, like you mentioned, they pretty much already booked their spot in the upper bracket. So they can now relax a little bit more. They can focus on these strategies that they want to bring into this. So I'm interested to see how that changes the dynamic next week, because we might see some new teams as well.
Yeah, Mini Minor, what would you say our teams get next week when they get to play again?
What do they get? They get a qualification to the semi-finals.
No, Mini, you got it wrong. No, Mini, you got it wrong. They get another crack at the whip. Come on, Mini, man.
I thought we banned that phrase from the broadcast. I thought we're never going to say that again. What's going on?
What's going on is I'm the host of the show, and I'm very sad, actually, because that is all we have time for. But Mini Minor, yes, you will also get another crack at the whip. Same time next Sunday for our second qualifier for Major number 2. I've been Frankie. He's been Mini Minor. 11-2K has been in the middle of this chaos. We'll see you guys next week. But for now, sound that horn.
Just stop.